We are live. I didn't know there's food coloring, or yeah, I guess it's food coloring. Food dye, color dye. Is this red 40? Would RFK approve? Let's get it going, guys. Here we are. You are watching another episode of No News is News. I am your host, Alex R. Wagner. And today we have Daddy Trump in the Rose Garden talking about some elementary school children doing something. I guess he's not blowing them up this time. We got Vice President Vance on the economy. We have the New York mayor jumping out, fixing some parks and some roads. We've got the Canadian Prime Minister declaring war on the U.S., the Treasury Secretary throwing the sanctions to Iran, the defense contractor in the Department of War, Pete Hegseth declaring war in Iran. We got all this and more today. No news is news, guys.
Everybody gets hit. Left. Everybody gets hit. No news is news. No news is news.
Hello, what up, Michael? Michael, the first one back in the chat today. Whoa.
Who's winning? Who's winning?
Let's get that poll of the day started. Who will be president in 2028? We have 806 days until election. Let's see what the Kelsey odds say.
Just for spite.
Boom, 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 boom. JD, AOC, Marco, and John Ossoff. So here we go. JD Vance with 86 wins. We've got AOC with nothing. Marco Rubio with 28 wins. And John Ossoff with 2 wins, guys. Get your vote in now. The show starts now. I forgot to switch my iPad over here.
The whole world's on fire and it looks so bright. No news is news.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Left. Right. Left.
Right. Left.
All right. 80 in the chat right now. Chatter is up.
Everybody gets hit.
Woo!
No
Are we ready?
is news.
Are we ready for a big day? We're gonna get a big day today. It's gonna be a big day. Everybody ready for the big day?
Welcome to No News is News.
New York Times, where Russian drone picks its own target, AI, killing 3 in historic first. For the first time, a Russian drone using artificial intelligence selected its own target and has been documented killing civilians in Ukraine, according to experts who examined the weapon. The drone structure Zaporizhzhia on July 6th that killed 19-year-old university student Tentia Babients and 2 others near a gas station. Human operators programmed the drone to fly towards the station, but once nearby, an onboard AI system chose exactly what to strike, likely identifying propane tanks it had been trained to recognize. Unlike conventional drones, I took a little bit of a Zin today. I feel like it's stuck in my teeth. All right. Likely identified propane tanks, and it has been trained to recognize, unlike conventional drones, which rely on human pilot to select and hit a target. Autonomous drones can use cameras and AI trained on thousands of images to identify and attack certain objects on their own. Katerian Bondar of the Center of Strategic and International Studies said the attack is the first documented case of civilian deaths caused by Russian drones equipped with such an AI-targeted system. New York Times, humans being removed from target selection. Autonomous AI systems can be trained on thousands of images to recognize categories like river, military truck, or person. Self-targeting drones use their cameras to hunt for these things with greater precision than a human pilot can provide. But opponents of such weapons argue that without human intervention, drones may be more prone to mistakes or violations of the law of war, such as failing to distinguish innocent civilians from combatants. Both Russian and Ukraine were already using AI in multiple drone models before the fully autonomous drone emerged. In those early models, AI is used only for what is known as the last mile, the final stage of the attack. After a remote human pilot has selected the target, fully autonomous AI removes humans from the final target selection and the entire process from launch to begin with. Whoa. Nancy Clancy, Lancy Clancy, Dancy, Gancy Bancy, the crazy lady strangling her children, day 19. Woo, woo, woo. This is the real story out of Alaska. Dan Sullivan backs Dan Sullivan over Dan Sullivan in Alaskan Senate race. Oh, come on. This is getting ridiculous now. Dan A. Sullivan, the former Republican mayor of Anchorage, endorsed incumbent Republican Senator Dan S. Sullivan over his opponent's Republican Dan J. Sullivan and former Democratic Rep. Mary Peltola. S. Sullivan, who was first elected to the U.S. Senate in 2014, has accused J. Sullivan of being a Democrat-engineered plant meant to confuse voters when they select names side by side on the ballot, which J. Sullivan denies. The Alaskan Supreme Court ruled last month that J. Sullivan can stay on the ballot. Peltola and S. Sullivan advanced to the November's general election, while votes are still being counted for the final two spots, with J. Sullivan remaining in contention. Alaska's Senate race is one of the most competitive cycles, and the Democrats hoping to flip the seat by changing the Sullivan name. Sullivan is ranked as the 93rd most popular family name in the United States with an estimated population of 250,571. Dan is ranked as the 160th most popular first name in the United States with an estimated population of 392,302. Right now, Alaska appears to be one of the red states. Dems are hoping they can win at a U.S. Senate seat in order to get the majority. They need to flip 4 red seats. They are also looking at Maine, North Carolina, Texas, Ohio, and Iowa as their best options at the moment. The latest trade war escalates. Trump threatens 50% tariffs on auto parts as trade war with Canada escalates. The trade war, the Prime Minister, we'll get to that later, he fully declared a trade war on America today. President Trump hit back on Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney on Monday by announcing 50% tariffs on imported cars, trucks, and automobile parts starting in 2025. The escalation came after the U.S. imposed 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian goods Saturday after weeks-long negotiations between the countries broke down. Carney said he ended the talks after the U.S. made last-minute, unfair, uneconomic demands that would have reduced tariff relief for Canadian vehicles. Carney responded on Saturday's tariffs with dollar-for-dollar retaliation starting on September 8th. Canada is the U.S.'s third largest source of imports, following Mexico and China. Meanwhile, more than three-quarters of Canada's exports come from the United States. Donald Trump on Truth Social. Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. Their ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products have made life impossible for the great American patriots and has long created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries. Not sustainable, and not anymore. On January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. Build in the U.S. and there are zero tariffs. Canada will be treated like a state no longer. On trade and in other ways, also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we do not need Canada. They need us. They do 95% of their business with the United States, and with us the exact opposite. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Carney tells reporters in Ottawa on Saturday that Canada is at war. We cannot control the storm blowing from Washington. You're at war when you are attacked. We are attacked. Canada will match Washington's new tariff dollar for dollar in order to protect Canadian workers, farmers, families, and businesses. Timeline: Canada is third largest source of imports to the U.S. What an Americano has been renamed in some of Canadian coffee shops a Canadiano. Okay. Of course, Canada would do stupid shit like this. Speaking of the Americano, historical fact: the history of Cafe Americano dates back to World War II in Italy. An American soldier traveled across the continent. They craved the taste of coffee made with a drip coffee machine back home. In Europe, espresso was a more common form of coffee. To accommodate the soldiers' preferences for a weaker coffee, baristas began diluting traditional espresso shots with hot water to mimic the taste of American drip coffee. Italian coffee purists took issue with it, arguing that Americans lacked the palate for espresso. Nonetheless, the Americano was born. A little history from ancient China to medieval Egypt to... Okay, drinking in 60 seconds. And is that all the news, really? God, my guy. Guy's not giving... It's remarkable to watch how so many Democrats and Republican leaders have pivoted so quickly on AI data centers as they follow public opinion. Here is the Texas Governor Greg Abbott saying he does not like data centers after less than 3 weeks ago saying that data centers should go up in any unmarked land territory in all of Texas. This was how Texas Greg Abbott sounded recently and 9 months ago as AI data centers were announced in November of 2025. He was praising them, and he no longer is. Let's get into the news of the day. First up, Trump. Trump is here with some students. I guess the students didn't go to school today. They're going to listen to him ramble on today. All right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Woo! Okay.
Thank you very much. What a nice setting this is. This is something we spent a lot of time and effort
Better kiss the
making,
ring, Canada. Yep.
bringing the White House back to a level that it should be at for essentially 200 years. No work was done on it. It lived on its own merit, but we thought it was proper. If you look at the exterior, you'll see it's all been redone and in perfect shape. It's good for another 200 years, okay? That's the way I look at it. They're very important. It's such a symbol, such a representative symbol of us, of what we stand for, and we're very proud to have done it. We're building outside. We're building a beautiful heliport, which has been
Dude,
asked
shut
for
the fuck
many,
up
many
about your
years. The
helicopter
helicopter
plan.
would land on wet grass, and it was bad and dangerous. And as you know, over there, we're building a military complex. And
Okay, so as the Prime Minister is talking about a trade war and declaring war on the United States, as the New York Mayor is fixing parks, as JD Vance is out there campaigning for Trump and saying, economy, 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 and everyone is freaking out about the midterms, Donald Trump comes out to talk about his helipad.
Ballroom that will be second to none anywhere in the world. We have President Xi coming in 2 weeks, and I was over in China 2 months ago, and we saw the Great Hall of China. Well, now we're going to have a Great Hall, too, in the United States, so it's very important, very, very important. And I want to thank you all and welcome you to the White House as we celebrate back-to-school season in America. It's a big deal.
Back to school.
We're delighted to be joined by many incredible parents, devoted teachers, exceptional educators, and star students from all across the nation. In fact, we have so many star students. I want to make offers to some of you to come and join us as soon as you get out of college, because we want stars. We want smart people. We like smart people. Some people say, oh, that's not nice to say. No, we want smart people. I want to thank our great Secretary of Education, a fantastic woman, by the way, my friend and all of that, but she's a fantastic woman. Nobody like her. Linda McMahon, Nebraska Governor Jim Pillen. Jim, thank you very much. Thank you.
Trump University, my alma mater.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, thank you.
Easy, Jerry.
Thank you, Sarah.
Exactly. Bro's freaking
Chairman
out out here.
of the House Education Committee, Tim Wahlberg. Thank you very much, Tim. Good job. And our press secretary, a mother of two, and well, she decided she loved her children more than she loved Donald Trump. I'm very upset about this.
The audio is
She
slow.
has to go home and spend time with the children. That does happen on occasion with some people when they love their children, and she does. And Caroline, congratulations on your newborn, your perfect newborn. And she's done a fantastic job. She's been a great, great press secretary. Now, if I say you're the best of all time, I have Sarah sitting here, so I'll have... But let's put it this way. They were both great. Okay? Is that all right? But from the very beginning of our country, Americans have understood that there's no job more important than teaching our children to become happy, healthy, proud, productive, and flourishing citizens. And unfortunately, in the 4 years I took office, and since I took office,
guys, today is the day for the new rules on YouTube where they're basically going to count every single impression as a view, the same as like Twitter and TikTok and everything else. So you notice how we have a lot less viewers today? Pretty interesting, while they're inflating views on the other end.
The educational system itself was really, I mean, it was incredibly, before I got here, it was weaponized like everything else in our government. Everything was weaponized against the goals that we all stand for. And under the last administration, extreme ideologies such as critical race theory and transgender insanity were forced upon our children as young as 4 and 5 years old. Transgender didn't work. Students were taught that our heroes are villains. The FBI was used to target patriotic parents at school board meetings. And meanwhile, far too many government-run schools failed at the basics. And you just have to look at the charts. They were failing at a thing called education, with only 30% of the students proficient in reading and math. That was under the last administration. Under the Trump administration, we're systematically ending every single one of these radical left betrayals, and we're putting the parents back in charge.
Hey, Wilsons, I wasn't discussing the amount of people in here because, again, if you notice, the view counter is going up and down dramatically, which makes no sense. That's what I was pointing out. That all of a sudden there's 270 people in the room, then there's 30 people in the room, then there's 70 people in the room, then there's 300 people in the room, now there's 49 people in the room. They fucked up their algorithm when they switched the fucking switcher. That's what I was pointing out.
They're the ones that should be in
with
charge.
your rage bait.
So immediately upon taking office, I signed an executive order to ban critical race theory and to ban transgender ideology from
it's like
public
something's
schools.
fucking weird with
That was
it.
a big deal. We banned men from playing in women's sports. That was so easy to do. I don't get it. They're still arguing. They're still fighting. I saw a Democrat congressman the other day fighting an anchor. An anchor that was, I would say, somewhere in the middle, but fighting an anchor on men playing in women's sports. And I said, I hope they keep doing that because it's got to be impossible to win.
Can't mess that up. Hit that like button.
Just crazy. I've never seen anything like it, but it continues out there. Although we've had...
Bro, everybody's doing this guy's work for him. Like, everybody out here working today, and Donald Trump's like, helipad, Linda McMahon, I love Huckabee Sanders. What the fuck are we doing?
Big court victories.
So much shit going on today, and dude's like out here.
Every public school in America is now on notice that if they tell a child that they're trapped in the wrong body, they are committing child abuse. And as we remove the far-left extremism from the classroom, we're taking historic action to ensure that every child in America has access to a first-class education. The United States spends more money on education than any other country in the world by double, and our results should be better than they are. I would look at lists where we're rated out of the 40 top nations, we're rated number 38, 39, and number 40 with all the money we spent. But Linda has changed that so rapidly and so drastically, and frankly, it's shocking how fast it's gone under her leadership. 1 year ago, as part of the great big beautiful bill, we passed the Education Freedom Tax Credit, the largest ever expansion of school choice, and we want, thank you. And we want every parent to have the power to send their child to a high-quality school that shares their values. It's so important. With us today are Caleb and Jocelyn Griffith and their beautiful family from Statesville, North Carolina, great place. They've 3 biological sons and 2 foster children. School choice and education freedom scholarships are going to give these kids more opportunity than ever before. And I'd like to ask Caleb and Jocelyn to come up and say a few words, please. How are you? Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
This is my lovely family. Mr. President, thank you for the honor of speaking today. I'm Pastor Caleb Griffith, and I'm joined by my 5 beautiful children.
What are you talking about?
As
Get the
President
fuck out of
Trump-
here.
Family, what a great job.
Shut up.
Children, Bible says.
Boo. This is why I do it afterwards, so I don't have to listen to dumbasses.
What a great job.
Yeah, good job. All right.
Beautiful.
Talk about something important,
Beautiful
please.
family. Whoop.
You're the president
He
of the
made
United
it.
States.
Well, as many of you know, no one cares more about America's children and foster youth than our great First Lady. She works hard at it and loves the children. Through her Fostering the Future initiative, Melania is helping transform the lives of children and young people aging out of the foster care system. And she's bringing hope and countless, and you have to see so many people, so many phone calls, so much work, but really bringing hope to countless numbers of families and children, and it's really something to see. It's so difficult. They go through foster care, and then all of a sudden they're released into the world. And, you know, many people have something to fall back on, but they don't. They can't go back to their parents for a little help or for staying overnight or for staying for years in some cases. And it's a very, very tough. So I want to thank Melania. She takes it so seriously. She's done such a great job. It's been so effective. Thank you. And as part of the great big beautiful bill, we have massively expanded 529 education saving accounts tremendously, doubling the annual withdrawal cap from K-12 expenses to $20,000 a year, and allowing families to save the education and money for education at the private or religious school of your choice. So that's something that never happened before. Nobody could even think about doing it. They can't believe it's happened now. And it's largely Linda and her representatives that have done this. And now, for the first time ever, families can also have their 529 accounts to support homeschool education. And then, thank you. And then one of the biggest things of all is what's happened with the Trump accounts, where kids will have money. I mean, every child is given at birth, newborn, $1,000. And you're going to watch that money grow. People like Michael and Susan Dell have put up a tremendous amount of money, over $6 billion. But we have many people. Some people have taken on an entire state, like the state of Indiana, by a very, very fantastic friend of mine, Brad. Thank you very much. And some very wealthy people and very wealthy companies are putting up tremendous amounts of money. The Trump accounts is being talked about all over the world. It's very good and very hot. Joining us today, Marina and Hubert from Jacksonville, Florida. They've been homeschooling their 3 children for 11 years and will benefit enormously from the new policy. The amount of money they're getting is something that they can very much use, and it's something that wouldn't have happened without the Trump administration. So Marina and Hubert, please come up and say a few words.
Blah, 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 blah.
Was achieved more for the benefit of Americans' children in less than 2 years than most administrations do in many years. 8 years, or frankly, you can take 2 or 3 administrations, put them together. They haven't been able to do what we did. After decades.
I don't know any children who have any money in an account backed by Trump. Well, you probably don't know very many fucking parents then. You got to be like one of the dumbest human beings to not get a Trump account, honestly. It's a fucking free $1,000 for your child. And the inflation rate after 18 years of all the children that are going to get them It's kind of crazy. Like, you need to be a part of it where you're going to get left behind. You want to be a more of a broke motherfucker because you don't like Trump? Like,
Of racist
it's
policies
just stupid.
and illegal quotas.
My parents were really stupid, so now I'm poor while everyone else has a house because they all had Trump accounts, and my mother said, no, you will not get a Trump account.
We brought back the merit system into education. We're back on the merit system, which is what made...
Fucking Press TV is Iranian and live. Ah, okay. Hey, all you Hassan Piker fans, head over to Press TV and watch their garbage propaganda from Al Jazeera.
made our country great in the first place, so that our children will always be judged by the achievements and qualifications, not by the color of their skin or any other reason. We issued a guidance for protecting the right to prayer, and we now protect prayer in the public schools. They're totally protected. And last year I signed a historic executive...
It's a scam, okay. It's literally a fucking FDIC-backed bank account, but go ahead.
in order to begin the process
Y'all are
of
going to
eliminating
get...
the-
I can't believe this. There's literally going to be a bunch of people in like 20 years that get left behind because their parents were like retards like mud butter over here being like, it's a scam. I thought it was like Trump steaks, so no, you can't get a house now. I know everybody else on the block has a house now, but I thought that the FDIC-backed bank account for savings for you as a toddler was a scam. I thought it was like Trump steaks. I'm sorry, son.
the Federal Department of Education, getting them out of
I thought it was
Washington
like Trump
and
steaks.
bringing education back to
I
the
thought
states,
it was the
most
same
important
thing. Really looking good.
And working with me on the Council on Physical Fitness, we've proudly brought back a
Take the
wonderful
money, you don't need to like
tradition,
Trump
the
exactly,
presidential
bro. Like,
fitness
what
test.
are you doing?
I signed.
Dude, I have an X account and Elon gave me $15 free. I immediately went down a fucking gas station and spent that shit. You retarded? You gotta be dumb as hell to not spend free money.
The Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, which people loved, and the farmers love it because they know how good it is more than anybody. But the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act, they weren't allowed to have whole milk. You can believe it. They could have anything else, but
Can you believe that? We're gonna fucking utter the shit out of your
they
children.
couldn't have great milk the way it is supposed to be, paving the way for more than 30 million children
milk.
who drink
That's
whole
what we were
milk
after.
in school. And
You know what? We remember the 2024 campaign promise. It was the number one thing he was advocating for: full milk in schools.
we introduced the Real Food Pyramid and reformed the vaccine recommendations to protect America's youth. We're making America healthy again. We're strongly requesting, even telling people when you get...
Look at Wilson over here. Wow, bootlicker for $15. If Elon Musk is gonna hand me $15, I'm gonna use it. Like, you're like, I will not take gift cards from Nazis. Like, okay, shut up.
your shots for your young child. And this has to do, we think, with preventing autism, that you go to the doctor for 5 small shots instead of 1 big massive shot.
Bro,
You do
couldn't-
it in 5 different shots. 5 different shots. Small little shots where those beautiful little bodies can handle it.
Those
And I think
beautiful
you're going to
little
see a
bodies.
very big
Hey-o.
difference in the rate of autism, which is like an epidemic, what's happened with autism. And this year, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of America's founding, we're also bringing back patriotic education for our youth through the Freedom 250 Mobile Museum. Students from over 3,750 schools are learning about the heroes who have made America the most exceptional nation in history. And we're teaching our children to love America, not to hate America. There's a lot of love going on right now. Our country's never done this well. We have billions and billions of different things happening, money pouring in at the rate of not even billions, trillions, over $19 trillion being invested in America right now. The last administration had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We had 19, more than 19, 19.2 to be exact, and that's over a period of 12 months. We haven't even included the additional 5 months. So there's never been anything like that in history. No other country in the world has ever had investment like we're having right now being made, which is building factories, car plants, everything, all over, AI, all over the country at levels that nobody's ever seen before. No other country has
He's going to spread his AI all over the country.
ever seen what's happened. It's a revolution, a positive revolution.
Uh-oh.
So in
Revolution of
everything we
AI
do,
from
we're
Trump
empowering
here.
our nation's parents. We're restoring high standards and the pursuit of excellence. And we're proving that the golden age of America education is just beginning. And I want to thank you all for being here. You're incredible people. I know so many of you in the audience, but one in particular who's just an outstanding person, an incredible woman, Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. Please come up, Linda. Thank you.
To my speed, which is always the case when I come up to the microphone. We have to adjust it. Thank you, Mr. President, for assembling this incredible event this afternoon, because nothing is more important in our country than educating our students. Parents, educators, and students, happy back-to-school season. This school year marks a return to common sense in American education, and it's all thanks to the leadership of our president, President Trump. I remember when President Trump called me shortly after the Biden's administration 2024 Nations Report Card, or NAEP, as you've heard, scores were released, and he told me he was angry and he was also embarrassed by where these scores were. We spoke about what a travesty it is that Americans have invested $3 trillion in a federal Department of Education meant to improve student outcomes, and yet only 30% of our students can read or do math proficiently. This is why President Trump demanded a hard reset to our education system. And under his leadership, we are delivering it. We are taking very deliberate and thoughtful steps to return education to the states. This school year, American parents and students have so much to be excited about, because the Trump administration is steering education back to its rightful focus, serving students, so that
He doesn't care about you poor white farmers. Hey, anybody a poor white farmer here? Because I have a few questions about your farm in 2026 and being poor. Also, you being white, because predominantly black farmers in America. But
they are prepared for successful futures. Our administration has cut billions in funding for radical DEI programs and redirected those dollars to teachers, classrooms, and results, supporting evidence-based literacy instruction, pouring record funding into charter schools, and energizing workforce training. Key decisions that once sat with bureaucrats here in Washington, D.C. are moving to where they belong, to the hands of educators, parents, and local leaders who know these children best. 6 states now hold the first ever returning education to the state waivers, freeing over $100 million from federal
got some
micromanagement.
tobacco growing on my porch.
These waivers allow
I think that's the
state
farmer
leaders
he's
to
talking
direct
about.
federal dollars towards what makes the most sense for their students, and not what Washington
School
thinks is
choice,
best for
voucher
their
system.
students.
Fucking Florida did it
Additionally,
right.
the
Let's
record 25
go.
States are exercising EdFlex authority, which allows them to
But
immediately
the
free thousands
religions.
of local
Shut
school
up.
districts
Shut up.
from
School
mountains
voucher
of
system.
red
Let's
tape
go.
without first having to
But
receive
the Boers, the
approval
blacks, and the
from the
browns.
Department of
Shut up.
Education.
Let's go.
And under President Trump's leadership, we are restoring parents' sacred role as the first decision makers in their children's lives. Children belong to their parents, not the federal government.
Now, white people, you have no alcohol and you have no meat. I don't even know. I don't even know where to start with that one.
And through the Education Freedom Tax Credit, President Trump has delivered the largest national expansion of education freedom in history for over 50 million eligible children, giving parents unprecedented freedom to choose the path.
Guys, make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. We hit that notification bell so that you can know when we go live every single day with the news. You are watching No News is News, where we make fun of both the left and the right. Pro wrestling style news, 3 hours a day, at least every day, 7 days a week. Help support the channel, keep us independent and sponsor free by hitting that join button. Become a comrade. Help support the channel. Learn what true communism is. me getting the money and telling you what I do with it. And then $5 super chats, add anybody's name to the poll of the day. Do you not like the people that are in the poll of the day right now? Well, for $5, add anybody that you want to the poll of the day. Become a real troll. Put your money where your mouth is. Or $10 and remove somebody from the poll of the day. You don't like JD Vance? You don't like John Ossoff? They're tailing each other. You got 32%, 31% right now. $10. Remove their name from the poll of the day. Piss everyone else off in the chat. Let's go. The second half of our first hour of news. Back to Daddy Trump here at the Rose Garden, giving us some education about full milk and how it's going to cure autism for white farmers that don't have meat or something. What's going on?
So it's no surprise that over half of our nation's states, both red and blue, have raced to this historic choice option, benefiting families whether their child attends public or private school. Parents can also rest assured that wherever their child goes to school, this administration is vigorously protecting their right to know what's happening inside those walls. After the Biden administration allowed schools to secretly transition students without parents' knowledge, President Trump is defending parental rights like never before. And at his direction, we are working hand in hand with the Department of Justice to ensure no school district ever has more power over a child than their own parents. Thank you. We've exposed states like California for some of the most widespread offenses and put schools on notice. If they subject children to radical experiments and sideline parents, they will lose their federal funding. Never before have parental rights been enforced at this scale, and parents are back in the driver's seats where they rightfully belong. Across every facet of education, these reforms are truly driving the progress that many promised, but only President Trump has delivered. We are breaking the grip of the education monopoly in D.C. and putting the future of our children back into the hands of those who know them, love them, and are best positioned to help them reach their God-given potential. We will remember this as a turning point in our country where, thanks to President Trump's leadership, American education began to reclaim its place as the very best in the world. Thank you all, and have a great and wonderful school year. Great job, man. Thank you, sir. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now, I don't know if anybody wants to do this, but I'm going to be walking down here in about 2 minutes to meet with the people that are building the heliport. And you'll see right alongside of it the great...
Boo! You're supposed to invite him into the Oval Office. Now this motherfucker going to make him go stand out in the sun at some heliport? Boo!
structure that's rising right next to the White House, and that's going to be the ballroom / military complex. It's incredible. Now, if anybody would like to walk with me, I don't know if Linda's going to have any big events happening now. I don't think so. But if you'd like to follow me, especially with the kids could see construction. I love the sound of construction.
Ew! Well, excuse me, you're supposed to show them the Oval Office. You invited the entire Olympic team into the Oval Office. You invited the tech bros into the Oval Office. Now the children get the fucking dead heat helipad cement. Boo!
You hear all that banging out there. Some people say, oh, that's too bad. And I say, I love it. You know, so if anybody would like to follow me, it'll be a large group, but it's a large pad. And you'll be able to see some very hard-working people. They're working hard and they're making a lot of money and they're doing something great for America. And they've needed a heliport for many years here, and we're getting it all done. We're doing all the things that should have been done for years. So if you want to follow me with the children, I think it'll be very interesting. You'll bring your nice family, okay?
Everybody's like, I'd rather stay here in the Rose Garden in the shade, sir. Can you just? It's summer. It's summer. Can I go eat lunch now? We really have to go stand out there on the fucking helipad.
Come up here and we'll walk down. Good. Thank you.
Daddy Trump today, everybody. All right. Okay. Now on to the real one. JD Vance, being a cyborg for Palantir, he's going to come out here as the devil incarnate and let us know what the economy is doing for Donald Trump. Here we go. Woo! Little
Welcome.
her chicken fried. Okay.
Big government.
Shut
We're not
up.
going to
You're scary.
radical left
You're
reduction
terrifying.
The federal government.
There we
Chief
go.
Leffler, who in addition, thank you to our incredible Small Business Administrator, Kelly Leffler, who in addition to supporting our small businesses better than almost anybody else, is also one of our real MVPs when it comes to fighting fraud in the federal government. She has found tens of billions of dollars of your tax dollars and given it back to you rather than the fraudsters. So give it up for Kelly Leffler for doing a great job. I gotta give a few other thank yous as well. First, thanks to House Minority Leader Billy Bob Fockingham and Senate Minority Leader Trey Stewart. Where are you guys? Stand up.
Yo, these numbers are so fucked. They don't make any sense at all. We have over 12,000 people that have watched us in the last 37 minutes. We have over 234 votes. Our chat has more people than they're saying are in the live stream. Like, it's fucking... YouTube, fix your shit, bro. Like, what the fuck is this?
Shout outs here to a few people who couldn't be with us today. The first is Bobby
Everything's
Charles.
gonna count as a view.
Round of applause
Okay.
for Bobby Charles.
Fucks it up day one, as always.
Now, Bobby's got, as you all know, an amazing record of standing up to the
What the fuck is this shit? Come on, let's go.
drug cartels and international criminal gangs. He is an amazing...
God damn it. All right, hold on one second, guys. Let me pull this up on YouTube because C-SPAN's being a weirdo on this one. JD Vance, Fox. I think Fox covered it today. Where is it? Come on, give me it. I don't want to drop everybody. Where are you at? Come on. Today? What the fuck, bro? There we go. All right, let's go.
I gotta give a few other thank yous as well. First, thanks to House Minority Leader Billy Bob Fockingham and Senate Minority Leader Trey Stewart. Where are you guys? Stand up. And I gotta give a few shout outs here to a few people who couldn't be with us today. The first is Bobby Charles, who I know is running for governor. Give a round of applause for Bobby Charles. Now, Bobby has got, as you all know, an amazing record of standing up to the drug cartels and the international criminal gangs. He has been an amazing fighter for the state of Maine. He's going to make a more amazing governor for the state of Maine. And of course, the second shout out I got to give is to my dear friend Susan Collins, the senator for Maine. Thank you. Now, I always, whenever I'm in the great state of Maine, which is one of my favorite states, it's beautiful. It's got hardworking people, amazing industries. I love
JD Vance. Maine is my 49th favorite state.
a state like Maine, which has got this incredible natural beauty, but is also a place of hardworking Americans. So I love to be here. And whenever I'm in Maine, I got to give Susan a little bit of crap. Because as you know, Susan is the most independent member of the United States Senate. And as the president of the United States Senate, she sometimes makes my job just a little bit harder. But she makes it harder because she is coming to work every single day and fighting not for a political party or not for any abstraction. She comes to work every single day and she fights for the great people of Maine. And I've seen it. Susan has been, I'll tell you a little story about Susan. She has been to my house probably a half dozen times, the vice president's residence at the Naval Observatory. And I've never seen a person who is more attuned to the details of every single thing. She's always asking, what does this do for Maine? How is this good for Maine? How is this bad for Maine? And she tries to get as much good for this state out of Washington and as little bad out of Washington for this state, which, by the way, is a very hard job. But she does it an amazing job. And so please give it up to our very independent friend, Susan Collins. And last but certainly not least, we are here to celebrate and give a big shout out for former Governor Paul LePage, who is going to make a great congressman for the state of Maine. This guy is so much fun to be around, and his love for Maine is infectious. This is not a politician who punches the card. This is a guy who loves this state. And we got to remember, when he was the governor of this state, Maine went from a place that couldn't pay its own Medicare bills, Paul remembers this, to a state with huge budget surpluses. And Paul didn't just do that. Paul used those surpluses to do what? He cut your taxes, he tamped down on welfare fraud, and he eliminated the shortfalls that existed in Maine's pension system, while all at the same time protecting the most vulnerable members of this state. He stood up for you. He stood up for retirees. He stood up for the disabled. He stood up for every law-abiding citizen that required Maine's public services to function, but to function for the people who actually paid into them and actually need them. So take it from me, a guy like Paul LePage, he is not a go-along-to-get-along politician. He is an independent-minded guy, but he is independent for you. There's one thing I know that Paul cares about, and that's fighting hard for his people every single day. We got to send Paul LePage to Congress. Now, I'm here in Brewer to tell you that the Trump administration, we're here to send a signal. We're here to send a signal that we fight for you. We're here to send a signal that we're standing with Paul LePage. And most importantly, we're here to send a signal that we are standing up for the good people of Maine every single day. We're standing up for your workers. We're standing up for your families. We're standing up for the incredible natural beauty of the state of Maine and every single...
We're standing up for the people that can't stand up anymore!
...citizen who relies on it, who enjoys it, who has made this place their home for generations. Because here's the thing. I am sick of towns like Brewer falling behind. I want towns like Brewer to get ahead. I want Brewer to thrive. We want great manufacturers like the one that we're standing in right now, Compotech, the fastest growing manufacturer in the state of Maine. I want to reward companies like Compotech that invest in their workers rather than in trying to ship jobs overseas just to make a quick penny. So with the help of our friends in Congress and future friends like Paul LePage in Congress, the Trump administration enacted the single biggest tax cut in history for Maine's workers. We brought down drug costs, Trump RX, and ensured that our nation's housing supply goes to citizens, not to private equity investors. And we provided historic tax relief for Maine parents and families. We have invested $1,000 in every new baby born in the United States of America thanks to Trump accounts, which we're very proud of. And as you all know, the Second Lady and I just welcomed about 5 weeks ago a beautiful fourth child, baby Alec. Thank you.
Yeah, fuck that guy. And fuck anybody else that says that shit.
Somebody behind me is very excited about that. Trust me, I'm excited too. But, you know, the Second Lady, when the president asked me to join the ticket and become his running mate, the Second Lady said, well, you can have one of two things. You can be vice president or you can have a fourth child. Ladies and gentlemen, I must be pretty persuasive because I got both. But I got it in part. I like to joke because, you know, she was not sold, Usha was not sold on having a second child. And then I said, honey, the Congress just gave us the $1,000 Trump account.
Saying thank you before anybody claps. Very Jeb Bush energy, right?
And the working families tax cuts, she was like, all right, I guess
go
we're
ahead,
have
clap
to have
now.
A fourth baby to take advantage
go
of
ahead,
this.
clap now.
But when you hear Kelly Loeffler rightfully talk about the rise of socialism, one of the things we believe in the Trump administration is that the way to defeat socialism, it's not to throw slogans at people. It's not politician talk and repeating the same old thing. It's giving people a real stake in the future. Now, $1,000 may not sound like much, but you take $1,000 to a child born tomorrow in the United States of America, and you give that child 18 years of compounding, 18 years of interest accrued, 18 years of investing in something, and that's how we make the next generation of Americans have a real stake in the next generation of the American economy. And that's what you gotta do if you want to fight socialism. Give people a stake in the future. The Democrats are running a very corrupt game, which is they're trying to tear down this country, tear down our young people, tear down our military. And what's left over with the ashes of what they've torn down is socialism. Well, we've got a different approach, my friends. We want to invest in you. We want to fight for you, and we want to fight for your children's future. We're going to defeat socialism by giving you a stake in the American dream.
He's trying to, it's really interesting. He's like really trying to separate himself from Trump and from the rhetoric of the entire executive branch right now. Because he's the only Republican out there calling it socialism, saying we're not going to fearmonger you. We're going to beat it by beating it with policies that matter. I don't know that this ever works in politics, though. I don't know that JD Vance has been around the block enough to understand that the rhetoric of repeating yourself 1,000 times to the retards is how you get the retards to vote. And the retards are how you become president. So, I mean, sitting here saying it's not communism, it's actually socialism, and we're going to still defeat it with good rhetoric for capitalism. I mean, you get the 4%, but you lost all the retards.
Dream, and that's how we're going to win the future.
You lost all the retards, you know? How do you get the communists, the communists? You got to do that like every 5 minutes, otherwise you can't be president.
It's not just a 2-year or even a 4-year process. Think about this. This country was plundered over a generation. Our goal is to reverse a consensus.
JD Vance, Trump is a Nazi. Oh, wait.
that has screwed over communities like this one for decades. I got to be honest, it was Republicans and Democrats that did it together. For 40 years, places like Brewer have been told that it doesn't matter. That it doesn't matter if we make things here in Maine or 5,000 miles away with foreign workers. Think about this. The people who are running our country, the people who are supposed to be devoted.
It's the independents that decide, but what JD Vance is missing, though, Michael, is that it's the independents that decide, but we're left to, the 4% that decide the elections are left to decipher what the reality is. But if you don't build your entire campaign on rhetoric, if you don't build it on, Hassan Piker, El Said, communism, they're going to do another 9/11. If you don't build it on the rhetoric, you don't boil up all the Republicans that would go out to vote. So even if you end up getting the 4% of independents because they think you're practical and you're speaking practically about socialism and the other side is getting all their wackos because they're saying that Trump's a Nazi, and then you're not getting your own side to show up because you're not saying that they're communists. You have to do the stupid rhetoric to get the stupids to show up. And then you have to decipher and give enough of a nuance so that the 4% of independent American voters want to vote for you. But if you leave behind the retards, if you leave behind the people that are like, communism, then they're not going to go to the voting booth. And if they don't go to the voting booth, you lost your own base. That's the thing I think he's not paying attention to. By doing this, by saying it's actually called socialism, he's losing his own base. Now, half the people in that room are like, well, I thought I was fighting communism, so I guess I don't need to show up to the next one. And it's like, you're telling the truth, you're winning me, but I also don't think that you're going to win the retards.
And dedicated to this community. They said that we were stupid or stuck in the past if we wanted good manufacturing jobs right here in communities like Brewer. What we really needed, they told us, was just to juice the short-term profits of a few big corporations. We needed to open that border and prioritize foreign workers over our own citizens. They would cheer on the corporate raiders as they slashed headcount and shifted all those businesses either to foreign countries or brought in illegal aliens to employ. And as our politicians and some of those corporate cronies got rich, who bore the cost? We know it was us. You bore the cost. We bore the cost. Communities like mine in Middletown, Ohio, and communities like this one in Brewer, Maine. Men and women who built their lives around a factory or around the community that existed and was supported by that factory, they were left powerless. And they were left destitute when decisions by far-off politicians made this community poorer so that a few people could earn a few quick bucks. And it wasn't just the businesses, my friend, it was the politicians. But just as it was a policy choice by people in Washington to let that happen to you and to your community, in 2024, Brewer made a new choice to reverse 40 years of American decline and send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. And if you think about it,
Elisa,
in
don't
just
spam.
18
Don't
months,
spam.
we have seen an industrial renaissance all across the United States of America.
No spam.
Nationwide, all across our country,
Say it once.
factory construction employment has exploded. 83,000 new jobs in factory construction just since Donald Trump came back into the White House. Trillions of dollars, trillions, are pouring into our country to support new facilities, new jobs, and of course, new workers and to train workers in the new jobs of the future. And as companies start building, orders for new factory machinery and other capital goods are breaking records. We're seeing the very foundation laid for a manufacturing renaissance all across this country. Did you know demand for metal cutting and
Double tap, guys. Hit that like button. If you in the chat right now, let's fight this weird-ass, wonky, brand new impression rate YouTube algorithm. Over 363 votes in less than an hour, and yet we're only at 122 live members as we have literally 70 different people in the chat. So let's fight that YouTube algorithm. Double tap, hit that like button, guys. Let's get to 50. We're almost at 50 likes. Hit that like button, guys.
machine tools has hit its highest level in almost 40 years in the United States of America. And all that construction, my friends, it's supporting, as Kelly said, an America First manufacturing boom, with last month's activity in the manufacturing sector reaching its highest level in years. We've created, in just 18 months, 29,000 new manufacturing jobs, and we've reversed years of wage decline where people were getting poorer. Now, finally, we're seeing wages up 4.2% just over the last year. And who are the beneficiaries? The workers at companies like Computech are reaping the benefits. Now, you don't have taxes on overtime. If you work a little bit harder, the federal government ought to keep its hand out of your...
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? 6 likes just shot up. So they just shot the likes up by 6, but then it went down from 122 people to 4. Fix your algorithm, bro. YouTube, fix your fucking algo. What the fuck y'all doing? 130 people in the chat, 7 likes in 3 seconds, and then right down to 80.
And it is, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut.
Up, back to 128. What the fuck?
And this business is the perfect example of what we want to see thrive. Our vision of America is that we want businesses and workers investing in their communities, investing in their homelands, and thriving together. Where previous
great,
generations
guys. I like
of Washington
that. That was
leadership would reward the people who are shipping factories.
Thank you to everybody that double tapped and hit that like button in the last 1 minute, because that was hilarious how they all got, they're like, and then they're like, actually, there's only 80 people in here. It's like, fucking, okay. Okay. Yeah, you guys got a handle on this new algorithm real well. Yeah. Solid job launching that to the entire world. Idiots.
Overseas, we are rewarding factories and manufacturers right here in Brewer, Maine, like Computech. Now, one of the reasons I'm so happy to be here is because I think this factory has an amazing story, and it exemplifies a lot of the rise and fall, and under President Trump, the rise again of American industrial might. If you visited this very facility 16 years ago, you'd have seen a much, much different sight. In
Dude, on my phone it says 61 likes. On my fucking iPad it says, there's 60 now. It said 57, and it says 61 on my phone, and it says 60 now on my iPad.
2010,
still can't.
the previous Senate
Dude.
closed up shop, cutting 100 good pay.
The new YouTube algorithm, everybody. Impressions are the new standard. You get a view for every impression now. Fucking literally took an entire dump on their algorithm.
Jobs in the community and leaving this massive, beautiful space completely empty. Fast forward today, 16 years later, and what you've got is the perfect example of the revolution in smart manufacturing occurring under the Trump administration. This is a business that's gone from 2 to 85 employees, hiring back a whole lot of the men and women who lost their jobs in 2010 under the administration of Barack Obama. And it's not just that they've got great jobs, they're doing something really important in the process. They are building the critical defense tech that keeps our service members safe overseas. I was in one of these cans, and it was unbelievable how strong it was and how capable it was, and you can put them up almost anywhere in the blink of an eye. So they're not just working good jobs. They're not just making good wages. They're investing in their own community, and they're hiring local, and they're teaching technical skills to Mainers in the process. I want to give a special shout out to one of the very impressive people, Jamie Beers, who I believe is behind me. Jamie? Now, they didn't tell me that Jamie was a good-looking guy with a beard. And Jamie, I hate good-looking guys with beards because they make me feel jealous. But I got to say, Jamie is an amazing human being. He's a maintenance manager here who worked his way through high school to learn his trade so he could take care of his 3 daughters. Now, Jamie is a real son of the state of Maine, having been born and raised in northern Maine. This is his home. And I want to give him a quick congratulations as well, because this past June, he got married to the love of his life, the beautiful Danielle. So congratulations, my man. And she's right there.
Who's his boy?
Not just the love of your life, but a fellow employee at Compotech.
Well, right now you guys are voting between the first ever Jewish president or Peter Thiel's boy, so good luck to America.
All right, man. This company's been better to Jamie than I realized. Now, my friends, this is exactly what I love to see in states like Maine. This is exactly what we want to support in the Trump administration.
He doesn't do good as the Republican nominee, but he does good in the Republican primary. And it's the opposite with Marco Rubio. And it's the same thing. Both of them. We're going to go into our next hour. Check out the results, guys, right now. Okay, we're going into our next hour. We have 418 votes, even though there's only 76 of you in the chat. I believe there's probably a lot more of you in the chat, but we'll just do that. But JD Vance and John Ossoff going to the next round. Remember, guys, help support the channel. Double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. After you hit subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know when we go live with the news every single day, 7 days a week. Wonky-ass YouTube algorithm, so be paying attention, guys, as we go into the very first day of this new an impression counts of you bullshit today. But everybody, make sure you hit that join button, help support the channel, keep us independent and sponsor-free as we do the news at least 3 hours a day, 7 days a week, like pro wrestling, because we're living in the TV show, right? Making fun of the left, making fun of the right. No news is news. $5 super chats, add anybody's name to the poll of the day. $10 super chats, remove anybody's name from that poll of the day. You don't like somebody, take them out of the equation. You want to add somebody else in, put a $5 super chat down, help support the channel, keep it independent, and put some wacko in the poll of the day. Right now, we're going to go into our second hour here. It's going to be JD Vance, Peter Thiel's boy, versus John Ossoff, the very first ever Jewish president, because, and this is what I was trying to say, Marco Rubio and AOC are better candidates for the Democrat and the Republican institutions. If AOC and Marco Rubio could get out of their primaries, like that, I don't even know who would win. That's wow. The amount of freedom on the table, guys, if it was AOC and fucking Marco Rubio. But instead, JD Vance beats Marco in the primary, and John Ossoff beats AOC in the primary, and then we got John Ossoff and JD Vance. And it's like, what in the fuck are we doing? Corporations always win.
We want
Keep the audio rolling as we start into hour 2, guys.
That hire American and that invest in American communities. The Democrats have this idea that business is bad and everybody else is good. Our attitude is much more subtle, but it's much more real and true. That if you're a business that's building in your backyard, if you're investing in your workers and trying to make a great American product, then we are on your side because you are on the side of American workers and American patriots.
Get your vote in now. Hour
we
2
want companies
starts
that help
now.
our country and our workers lead the world in innovation without selling anybody short. And thanks to the efforts of folks like Kelly at the SBA and, of course, the Working Families Tax Cut, we're lifting them up. We're making it easier and rewarding them for investing right here.
And one last thing about the algorithm before we drop it and we don't talk about the algorithm the rest of the day. Maybe this might be true. This might be actually a more accurate representation of who's actually in the chat, like the bounce back, because we're getting thousands of views every single minute of people getting thrown into the shorts feed. It would be more accurate that it goes from 120 back down to 80. When I start talking about switching the hour, we go all the way back down to 50. And I did, in the past algorithm over the summer, we did see sometimes where we got 300, 400 people live in the stream, but then the chat was literally silent, and the only people that were chatting were people that were admins. So maybe this update is actually more accurate to the real time, minute by minute, of the amount of people that are actually in the live stream. So, I mean, positives first, right?
And brewer,
something's weird,
so they
though.
can continue
Something's
to expand, continue to build, and hopefully have a couple more love stories like Jamie.
Only time will tell. Yeah, see, because now it's down to 61 while I was talking. That
now, our
might be right.
administration's policies.
Maybe.
Is that really your brother? Okay. Well, God love you guys. This is a family affair. Our administration's policies, look, we've allowed manufacturers like Computech, we've encouraged manufacturers like Computech to invest more in tooling and then to get reimbursed for the training and the apprenticeships that they are actually working on and that their people are doing. We took action to allow our small businesses to worry less about ridiculous red tape that had been put in place by congressional Democrats. Here's the basic principle. If you run into issues with federal contracting, they can work directly with Kelly's team at the Small Business Administration so they can go toe-to-toe with their bigger peers. Because think about it. The big businesses, they've got an army of lawyers that can cut through that red tape. Computech doesn't. So what have we done? We have put the government on the side of companies like Computech and the workers who are building this community. It's a great thing. And when places like Brewer thrive, when Computech thrives, they make our whole nation safer. But it also means good wages, it means stability and dignity for the men and women who work here. It means workers can raise their families. It means people can not suffer under financial stress, but can have the space to fall in love and spend a little bit of extra time with their families, maybe take a vacation. That's what this is really about, ladies and gentlemen. It's not about, you hear people talk about growth and the importance of growth. Why do we talk about those things? Because we want good jobs. We want dignity. We want the dignity of knowing that if you work hard and you build something, if you play by the rules, your country is going to have your back for a change. It
can't be Mandani, guys. You can't. AOC Mandani, you can't. People are like, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. Mandani wasn't born here. Legitimately. Not in a Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio style way. Mandani legitimately is not qualified and cannot. Like, it's just that simple, really. And you have to, even as vice president, be able to become president.
And work naturally. That's
Start saying El Said, because he was born here.
That is actually going to give people that real dignity. A welfare check is
El
never
Said,
gonna
Hassan
replace a
Piker, both
job.
of them born here.
And
So,
we've got a
there you
choice
go.
in November. Do we want a party that provides good jobs or a party that provides a lot of welfare checks? I vote for good jobs. How about you? But it's not just good jobs that protect your dignity.
Hey, do you want John as president or James as president? John versus James, both owned by Israel. Oh, welcome. 2028. The future is ours.
Another thing that we've got to do and that we've been doing to protect your dignity is stopping that terrible poison that was flooding across the southern border and costing thousands of Maine citizens their lives. By closing the southern border, the media and the Democrats, they say that it's heartless. It's heartless to enforce your border. But our border enforcement is not based in fear or hatred of anybody else. It's based on a love of our countrymen, of a love of the people, the men and women in this room. Because what we did is that we helped keep drugs out of Maine communities.
Elect me for president?
Don't take my word for it.
Who are
Last
you?
year in 2025, did you know that
be my
overdoses
candidate?
in the state of Maine were down by 20%? And already in 2026, they're down by another 17%. We sealed the border, and that's what happened, my friends, and that's why we did it.
You're going to go vote this year, too, don't?
So even as Democrats call for abolishing the police,
50 votes in after 5 minutes, even though there's less than 100 of you in the chat. Okay, I'm starting to believe that the live number is wrong. It's the last thing I'll say about it. 5 minutes ago, 50 votes in, and we are at 50% versus 50%. Do we want AIPAC supported, Palantir supported, Peter Thiel's best friend? Or do we want AIPAC supported, first Jewish president, just open it all up? You know what? I'm kind of starting to get into the John Ossoff camp. If it's going to be JD versus John Ossoff, at least John Ossoff, you're Jewish. We already know what you are. The end. We already know we're just going to bomb Iran. It's out in the open. It's kind of like JD's all in that conspiratorial big tech world where he's like, I'm actually just your best friend. And John Ossoff is like, I'm not your best friend. I just make up rumors about fucking executive assistants, and I'm paid for by Israel. The end. I'm fucking literally Jewish, guys. What do you want me to say? I'm literally Jewish. They're like, do you want the guy playing Jew, or do you want the literal Jew?
for slashing the funding of the people who
I
are
picked
keeping
the real
that
Jew.
border
I
secure.
picked the real one.
We
right?
backed the blue and fought
You
for our
want Jew
police
action?
officers because they fight for us every single day. Let's give a shout out to our great law enforcement officers. They deserve it.
Do you want a Jew supporter or a Jew supporter?
To our police officers, our sheriffs, and everybody else, our
Everybody,
firefighters.
everybody is a Jew. Welcome, comrade, Two Gun Cohen. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, guys. Become a comrade. Hit that join button. Help support the channel.
We are never
You start off as a North Korean, you become a Venezuelan, eventually you become a Cuban like Two Gun Cohen here. And in October, Two Gun Cohen is going to become our first American citizen. Communism, true communism. Sign up now. Become a comrade.
The men and women who put their lives
7
on the
days a
line
week
to
with
keep
the news.
communities like this one safe. And because of their work and because of our efforts to support them in Washington, America is undergoing one of the largest reductions in violent crime in the history of the United States of America. Did you know?
If the general election is JD Vance versus John Ossoff, do they attend each other's conventions and hold up a hand in solidarity of anti-Semitism? We both fight anti-Semitism. Now on to the CNN debate.
That homicides in this country plummeted to their lowest levels in 126 years. That's amazing. That's an incredible thing. Now, it's not rocket science. On the one hand, you back the blue, and on the other hand, we've deported thousands of violent predators, criminals, fraudsters, and other people who are making it harder for law-abiding citizens.
It literally would suck, though, if it's JD versus Ossoff, because they're both going to just stand up there and go, listen to what this guy said. And then, like, JD literally hated Trump. So it's like they both are just going to do the same thing. Listen to what this guy said. Listen to what this guy said. It's going to be like literally the fucking Spider-Man meme in real life.
Live their lives. And it's not just the effect on crime. You know,
the worst campaign ever.
They'd say, what are the things that are causing housing prices to go up? And I'd say common sense, it's supply and demand. That if you bring in millions and millions of illegal aliens, you got to put them somewhere. And when you give them houses that all go by right to American citizens, that's going to increase the cost of housing for everybody else. Well, it's 18 months, ladies and gentlemen, and the verdict is in.
With every day, I'm going to miss Donald Trump more. Like, with every fucking day that we're dealing with this shit with the midterms, I'm missing Donald Trump even more. It's just a ticking time clock where you're like, oh, I miss the days when we were toppling statues and worried about, you know, racism and Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk. I miss those days. Now we're in this like sand battle over religions that I'm not a part of. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Housing doubled under the leadership of Joe
Yahoo
Biden.
Promise.
Rents are falling
Little
for the
over
first
800.
time in a decade under the leadership of Donald Trump because we got people who shouldn't be here the hell out of our country. It's very simple.
Oh, hey-oh.
Now, you hear me talk a lot about job growth, and obviously that matters. We care a lot about job growth, but I don't just care about job growth. I care about where the job growth goes. And did you know, this is the craziest statistic of the entire last administration, that all of the net job creation under Joe Biden's leadership went to foreign-born Americans, mostly illegal aliens. Under this administration, all of the net job growth has gone to native-born American citizens. It's gone to you, because that's who we're here to fight for. Now, we in the Trump administration, of course, joined by our good friend Paul LePage, we operate under a simple principle. The government exists to put you first. But who do the Democrats put first? Well, unfortunately, everybody else. Not you. At every turn, the far left has opposed our work to put law-abiding American citizens first. They opposed our effort to cut your taxes. They opposed our effort to secure the border. They opposed our effort to support the police. And they opposed our effort to bring down those fentanyl overdoses. And unfortunately, I got to say, Maine has been a perfect example of this because as a...
I would say this, though, too. This is what's crazy is, like, if AOC, Gavin Newsom, or Marco Rubio, AOC, Gavin Newsom, or Marco Rubio, any of those three, if they became president, you'd still have free speech. These two, I don't know. I feel like you might have Donald Trump free speech. You can say whatever the fuck you want about John Ossoff or JD Vance. You can be as racist as you want to be on the internet. And then as soon as one of them is elected, you're no longer allowed to say anything bad about them. That's kind of how I feel about both of these guys.
Amazing as this community is.
It's going to be institutionalization.
Natural beauty, hardworking people. Maine has every single bit to be a recipe for success. But if we compare the last couple of years to when Paul LePage was governor, what do we see? We saw that Paul LePage cracked down on the epidemic of welfare fraud and abuse happening in cities like Lewiston. He doubled the number of investigators he had in the state going after fraud. And meanwhile, the current group of jokers running the state of Maine, they have doubled down on fraud. They have doubled down on stealing your tax dollars and giving it to people who shouldn't deserve it. They've doubled down on making it harder to find and catch and prosecute.
Is this genocide in the comments with us now?
The fraudsters. They've made it harder for your tax dollars to go where they ought to. And
that's what I'm saying. That comment, Two Gun Cohen's comment right now, it's like if Newsom or AOC get in, they already know it's a losing battle. They're not trying to censor. They already look like anti-censor people. Marco Rubio is going to be just like Donald Trump on free speech. JD Vance and John Ossoff, they're going to be funded by like dark money that's going to want to silence the opposing side the second that they get in.
This is where I want to close out, because everything that I've talked about, all of the good work that we're doing, the tax relief, everything is going to be jeopardized unless we stop allowing fraudsters to take advantage of the state of Maine. We got to put the fraudsters behind bars and fight for you for a change. Now, I asked Paul, I said, how in the name of God did a state that was doing so well when you were governor and has the most amazing people anywhere in the world, how did Maine become one of the main capitals of defrauding the American taxpayer? And the answer, turns out, is, well, I've heard a lot of answers. All of those are right. But look, one of the answers is somehow you guys hired an auditor who is not actually an auditor and failed the auditor exam. Well, call it old-fashioned common sense, but if you want somebody managing your money, maybe they ought to actually meet the constitutional requirements to do the job. And for Matt Dunlap, if you've got a guy who cannot protect your tax dollars from fraudsters, who has turned your state into one of the fraud capitals of the United States of America, maybe you should be saying to Matt Dunlap, you're fired, not promoted to the United States Congress. So when I look at the choice before you, it's very simple. Are we going to choose somebody who fights for businesses like Computech, or going to choose for people who encourage companies to ship jobs overseas? If we're going to fight for companies like Computech, we need to fight for Paul LePage. Are we going to fight for the people of Maine who have been victimized by the fentanyl coming into our communities? Or are we going to fight for the drug traffickers who have brought it in? If we're going to fight for Maine, we got to fight for Paul LePage. Are we going to fight for the fraudsters who are stealing your money? Or are we going to fight for your children to have a safe and prosperous community right here in the state that they love? Because if we're going to fight for the children of Maine, we got to fight for Paul LePage. Are we going to crack down on the food stamp fraudsters so that the food stamps can go to the needy Maine children?
So that the food stamps can go to the Hasidic communities in New York instead of the Somalis in Minnesota. Woo!
Who actually depend on that program? If you're fighting for the people of Maine,
Love him
the
on
food
that
stamps for the people who actually deserve them and not for the fraudsters, we got to send Paul LePage to Congress. At every step of the way, you guys are blessed to have a congressional candidate who has actually fought for you rather than the fraudsters, rather than the criminals, rather than the illegal aliens. So I'm going to say very simply, my friends, everything that we've accomplished over the past couple of years, it could be undone if you send a lot of crazy people to Congress to fight against us. What I'm asking is that you send an independent voice, a voice for Maine. You send somebody who's going to fight for you and against the fraud. Send Paul LePage to Congress, and let's get to work to save our country. God bless you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, guys.
Fraud. Just a few months ago, you
to start with the I would like to start with the local press, and if we've got a little time, I'll take some questions for the national pool after that. Local press, fire away.
Vice President Vance, Grace Blanchard, ABC 7 and Fox 22 News here in Bangor. On the topic of fraud, just a few months ago, you were across the river in Bangor addressing fraud concerns and expressing an openness to work with the Mills administration. Can you speak on any progress that has been made since then in terms of regarding cooperation between the Trump administration, the fraud task force, and the Mills administration?
Well, what I said back in Bangor a few months ago, and I'll repeat it here today, is we don't want the anti-fraud issue to become partisan. We really don't. Democrat, Republican, or independent, whoever you voted for president in 2024, you should be standing behind the principle that the hard-earned tax dollars of the people in this room ought to go to what they paid for, not to the fraudsters. That's simple. So we've reached out to the governor, to the attorney general. We've gotten, some people in their office have been responsive, but I hate to say it, that after a few months of working with these guys, I don't have a great amount of confidence that they're going to lean into this anti-fraud effort. And I think the problem is that their incompetence or their something worse is one of the reasons why Maine has become such a capital of fraud, and particularly it's a lot of healthcare fraud. You think about this, the two big federal programs, Medicaid and Medicare. Medicare is the program that you paid into if you're an elderly American for your entire life to ensure that you've got good health care on retirement. Medicaid is the program that ensures that our low-income Mainers and low-income folks across the country have access to basic medicine. And I like that. I don't want a kid who can't afford to go see a doctor to suffer. We say in the United States of America, we're going to take care of our fellow citizens when they're down on their luck. And that's a good and amazing and generous thing. What do you see? You see fraudsters taking advantage of those programs. You see people saying that they're providing health care services, collecting a whole lot of money, but not doing a single bit of health care. It's got to stop. And what I'd say to the governor and the attorney general of this state, we continue to have open arms. Come and work with us. Fight against the fraud. Fight for your own people. We'd love to work with you.
It's kind of crazy how he's taking questions right there.
Rachel Moon from the Portland Press Herald. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the negotiations over the tariffs with Canada.
I've never seen somebody, he literally is like doing a Charlie Kirk here. Like, I've never seen a politician do a public speech at a rally and take live questions from the press. This is a new level of openness. It really is. I mean, if you're against JD Vance, you got to give him props for this. The reason that no politician will ever do this is the optics of it. You're giving the media permission to ask you a question over a microphone, and then you have to come up with an answer on the spot without a script. Very few human beings that are comfortable enough in a massive crowd of people to do that.
And particularly, what might you say to businesses and consumers
good politician,
that are
at
worried
least,
about the
you know?
impact of those tariffs and how those negotiations are going?
Sure.
Definitely good
Well, first
politician.
of all, I'd say we're very mindful of the fact that Maine is a border state with Canada. There's a lot of cross-border transaction between Maine and Canada.
Make this fucking normal. Make this fucking normal. Where the politician has to speak in front of the masses of the voters. Make this fucking normal. Because anybody that can hold their own doing this is a type of person I want to be president. I do not want actually AOC on this week was doing pretty well, actually. I don't want a Gavin Newsom. That's really the only, I don't know. I haven't seen enough of John Ossoff to know. I know AOC, Marco Rubio, and JD Vance can all do this. And you should be able to speak your policies out loud in front of your constituents immediately, without a script.
And what we're trying to do here is just make sure that Maine actually gets a fair deal. If you look at the amount of tariffs that have been applied, not just on Maine, but on a lot of our northern states that are doing cross-border trade with Canada, Canada and China have been the two worst countries when it comes to trade policy anywhere in the world. What a shame that is. China, you of course expect.
But
They're our biggest economic competitor. I would expect that from China. I would not expect that from Canada. We have to remember, Canada is a state. Sorry, Freudian slip.
Oh! I truly don't think he meant to do that, but that's gonna be the headline tomorrow now. Literally, we're going to go to Mark Carney in a minute here. He's declaring war on the United States. That was supposed to be the clickbait of all the clickbait on all this trade war shit. But JD Vance doing that just made the story all about him. Wow. You know Trump's going to be loving that one. I don't know that JD wanted to do. JD's trying to make himself look like a normal guy, and then he goes out there and does that.
That was actually an accident.
I know. That's actually, yeah, he's like, because his whole thing is like, it's not communism, it's really socialism. They're not going to revolutionize, they're just going to do the healthcare. He's trying to be the practical Republican, and then he goes out there and says, well, Canada as a state,
Canada is a country that is underinvested in its military that quite literally would get invaded by a foreign country
Play
were
that
it not
back.
for the umbrella of
I gotta
protection
play that
provided
back.
by
I
the
gotta play
United
that
States
back.
of America. I would not expect that from Canada.
Play
We
that
have to
back,
remember,
and then
Canada is a
Black,
state.
welcome
Sorry,
to the Mod Club.
Freudian slip.
Wait, oh shit, let me do it again.
I would not expect.
Hold on. So, I'm going to play that back. Black, welcome to the Mod Club. Authoritarian communism, maggots, and Zion. Oh, well, you're calling them maggots. That's stupid. Black, welcome to the Mod Club. Don't abuse it or you lose it. Remember, guys, the rules of being a mod. 5-minute timeouts. Use your powers that be for whatever if somebody's annoying you, but we're trying to keep it free speech. And then only 24-hour bans if they're doing one of 3 fundamental things. Spamming, billboarding, or death threats. And I'll give leniency to people being pieces of shit about Charlie Kirk, okay? But they got to be like real pieces of shit. Like a guy today was like, Charlie Kirk is rolling in feces in hell or something. And I'm like, all right, goodbye. You know what I mean? Like there's no reason to even have discussions with people that lean that way.
That from Canada. We have to remember, Canada is.
You can hate Charlie Kirk and his policies. You can hate Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA. You can be a Candace Owens supporter. Don't fucking spit on the grave.
Is a state. Sorry, Freudian slip.
Let me pull it back.
That was actually an accident.
One more
Of
time.
course, expect. They're our biggest economic competitor. I would expect that from China. I would not expect that from Canada. We have to remember, Canada is a state. Sorry, Freudian slip.
Just the way he does it. Just the way he does it. But here's the thing. Here's the difference between JD Vance and Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, we saw him with his whole like Pop-Tart with his wife, the whole podcast. Like, he is a fucking brilliant politician. Marco Rubio would have said, I don't expect that from a state like Canada. And when I say state, I mean like the state of a country. They are a sovereign state. Like he would have like immediately like pulled himself back in. Never admitted the wrongness.
That was actually.
Why aren't Democrats helping me? Why aren't Democrats helping me? Alex R. Wagner, we need business. We need money. We don't want to hang out here. We want to work. Facts.
Canada
World
is
we
a
live in.
country that has underinvested in its military that quite literally would get invaded by a foreign country were it not for the umbrella of protection provided by the United States of America.
True.
And so, how does...
True.
How does
But understand that the reason that we've had 250 years of protecting Canada is so that France and the UK don't influence Canada with their military actions. If we turn against France or we turn against the UK and we're not building a military industrial complex in Canada, then Canada becomes a combatant. That's why we do that. Now, do we need to do that anymore?
Canada actually respond to that by treating the people of
But that's
Maine
why
fairly?
we did
No.
it.
They apply ridiculous tariffs and other non-tariff duties on Maine products coming into Canada, and they don't expect Maine or anybody else to fight back. We're sick of that. We are actually going to fight back against unfair trade practices, whether it's coming from China or Canada. Now, and let me just give you a very, very simple and concrete example. If you buy dairy, cheese, butter, milk that comes from Canada,
and now it's going to cost you double. Just understand that we have to do this to fight Canada. Says Donald Trump. Let's see what JD Vance's explanation is.
to Maine, you probably are buying a product that has 0% tariffs on it. Okay? And by the way, if Canada applied 0%, that would be one thing. But you know, if a Maine farmer sends dairy products into Canada, they could be paying as much as a 250% tariff. Now, how is it fair to the farmers of Maine that they pay 250% when the Canadian farmers pay nothing.
Okay, I see what okay, I see the American side on this now. I understand this trade war now. Okay. So from Canada's perspective, they understand that the primary focus is the most money for the tariff. Which if you put a 50% tariff on automobiles in Canada, you're fucking over the entire country of Canada. There's a lot of money in that. There's not a lot of money in the tariffs for Canada being placed on milk and dairy. What Canada's doing is saying, hey, you live in Canada. Use milk and dairy from Canada, okay? But Trump and JD's policy, their perspective is literally like, well, fuck you. You're going to nickel and dime us on like syrup and on milk and on fucking cheese and on stupid shit, while at the same time saying that we're going to destroy your country by putting a tariff on automobiles? America's side on this is get rid of all tariffs, have a free and open trade policy. Canada's perspective is we should be able to use counter tariffs locally for localized marketplaces so that Canadians actually help Canadian farmers. I see both sides. I don't know who wins this, honestly. Because, like, it's kind of like, if I was living in Canada, I'd be like, yeah, you should, like, we have a really small market for dairy, for milk, for cheese. You should have to work with our local farms. There's enough farms in America exporting to China, exporting to Mexico, exporting to other countries that America's fine. We're not hurting America by stopping the milk exports. Donald Trump and JD Vance are saying, yeah, but you are hurting us with manufacturing all these cars in Canada. So we're going to put a 50% tariff on that, basically stopping that from being able to happen, unless you let go of all these little tiny tariffs that help you locally. I don't know whose side to take on it. I don't know who wins it either. It's literally a stalemate that's going to fuck all of us. January 1st, 2027. You look forward to it, y'all. Ooh, who do you want to vote for in the midterms? Healthcare or bombing Iran? And then on January 1st, everyone gets fucked.
Fairness is something that we just have to fix. And here's what happened with the most recent.
I don't know who wins that. I don't know who wins that.
And I want to be respectful of the process. But we know that Canada allows itself to be used as a backdoor for Chinese goods. They treat Chinese goods more fairly than they do the goods.
Okay, well, that's their argument. Okay. So again, I was on Canada's side, but if that is true, I don't know how much of that is true and how much of that is political rhetoric. I'm not even going to pay attention and investigate it. It's too boring for me to care. But if they are importing Chinese milk and Chinese cheese and Chinese dairy products while tariffing Maine dairy products and Oregon dairy products and Wisconsin dairy products, that is fucking weird. And I don't understand why they wouldn't let go of that or at least tariff you at the same policies as China since we're right here. That seems bizarre. If it's to localize their own farmers, it's one thing. If it's to get the fucking oversupply, meaning like we sold all the local cheese, we still need export cheese, and the export cheese they're buying for fucking making Domino's pizzas is coming from China and not from America, that makes a lot less sense.
Come from the people of Maine. It's insanity. And what we've said to Canada is stop it. Apply a basic principle of fairness to the trade that you're doing between North Dakota and Canada, between Maine and Canada. And what happened at the very end is they came in with a bunch of unreasonable last-minute demands. I frankly thought we had a deal. I think that we should have a deal, but I think that we need to send a message loud and clear to the Prime Minister of Canada, stop taking advantage of the people of Maine.
And I think that Canada is taking somewhat of an advantage because I think that Canada is under this illusion that they can use this for the primaries to potentially get people into power that are Democrats that will support them instead of doing what they need to do. And that Canada thinks that, you know, come fucking Thanksgiving this year, they can turn around and they can go, oh, actually, you know what? Actually, we didn't want to do that tariff war. We'll go back to your original policy. I don't know that JD and Trump do that if they fucking run this thing through the midterms to try to get other people in power. That's a wild foreign interference.
Stop
and it
taking
kind of
advantage
starting to sound
It's
like that
over.
now.
We expect fairness in our trade policy.
It's kind of starting to sound like it's a foreign interference to try to get people elected in a midterm of a foreign government.
I'll take a question from this gentleman up front.
And again, like, these are not plants because, again, they have local media back there with the microphones. He's saying, I'm only going to talk to them, really. I might take a few nationals. He's doing this in front of the crowd, and now he's looking at somebody down in the crowd that's raising their hand and saying, I'm going to take a question from this random person. This is fucking state-of-the-art politics. Like, really, I don't know about John Ossoff. That's an uphill battle with the whole Jew thing. And also, like, once you're reelected in Georgia, I don't know that you're going to get all the national financing that you think that you're going to get. People really like that Natalie comment right now, but I don't know that he's ready. And I don't know that AOC is ready either. But Gavin Newsom is kind of ready to fight a Marco Rubio or a JD Vance. But all three of these individuals are on such an elite level of politics versus the other three.
Uday?
You're going to have to do this in 2028. You're going to have to stand up here and do this in a campaign rally. You're not going to be able to get away with the circle the fucking paint in the grass Joe Biden shit. You're not going to be able to do the Kamala Harris, I can't go on Joe Rogan, I'm going to stand behind the Lincoln Monument and call the fucking or the ex-president of the United States a Nazi the night before the election. You're not going to be able to do it. You're just not even, it's not even going to be in the optics. Jerry.
Well, I appreciate that question. The question was, how do we ensure accountability for the people who committed
it's too
fraud?
hot out there. What are you doing?
And I do know that the Maine Wire and Paul LePage and really everybody who is a patriot in this community.
Dogs are kind of stupid. I just want to say that really quick. Dogs are kind of stupid. My dog is out on the porch trying to sunbathe. It's 116 degrees in Austin. He fell asleep, and I feel like he fell asleep and he would have just died of heat exhaustion in his own sleep. I mean, I might be wrong. I'm not a fucking animal expert, but I think my dog's too stupid to yeah, right? Yeah, your nose is pretty dry. Why don't you go get some
He has
water?
been on top of the fraud issue, frankly, well before I was. Paul LePage has been the biggest advocate in state or federal government anywhere in the state of Maine at protecting your tax dollars and protecting these programs. It's one of the reasons why we got to get Paul LePage to Congress. I need the help, ladies and gentlemen. You got to send Paul to help me. But the two big things that we have to do to ensure that there is real accountability. Number one is when somebody commits fraud, they've got to go to prison and we've got to prosecute them, and that's what we've been doing. If you look at the number of anti-fraud prosecutions you've already seen, but also at a new, we set up a special position within the Department of Justice, an anti-fraud guy within a deputy attorney general who's just going after fraud. That's his 100% day-to-day job, and we've massively ramped up the prosecution.
Two Gun Cohen, who are you taking in the trade war? Are you on Team Canada or Team US?
The second thing you got to do, and this was shocking to me when I started this work, is that if you had low-level fraud in the United States of America, we would largely, it wasn't an official policy, but if you committed fraud of, let's say, $1 million, the federal government would just look the other way.
Guys, make sure you double tap that screen, hit that like button. We are 4 likes away from 100 here. Hit subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know when we go live every single day, 7 days a week, 3 hours at least a day, with the news, turning the news into pro wrestling. Two Gun Cohen says he's choosing the side of Israel in the trade war of Canada and the United States. I agree. Israel prevail. Make sure that you hit that join button like Two Gun Cohen. Become a member of the Comrade Club. Help support the channel. Keep us independent and sponsor free. $5 super chats, add anybody's name to the poll of the day. $10 super chats, remove anybody's name from the poll of the day. Let's keep it going. 324 votes in. JD Vance beating John Ossoff in the runoff. Back to JD.
Isn't that crazy?
In Maine.
So what we've done is we've said no fraud is too small.
Just
if
hit
you're
100.
Defrauding the American taxpayer. We're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison and send a message to the other fraudsters. The gig is up. Commit fraud against America and go to jail.
I like that.
One more.
Jackie Mundray, I work at WMTW, the ABC station in Portland, Maine. You touched on immigration a little bit. And
okay.
I know immigration enforcement has been a priority of the Trump administration. I'm sure you're also aware there was a fatal shooting at the hands of an immigration agent in Biddeford 6 weeks ago. Last week, there was a shadow hearing with Democrats that say the Trump administration is not investigating this shooting. Where are we on that investigation?
You cut the mics off? What the fuck's going on? They literally cut the mics off. Do we get the mics on the fucking Fox News being retarded? Did we get the mics on this one? Let's see here.
Would get invaded by a foreign country were it not for the umbrella of protection provided by the United States of America. And so if you look at the number...
And that happened in Biddeford 6 weeks ago.
Well, first of all, that's not true. There was a shooting, as you mentioned, about 6 weeks ago. And, of course, the Trump...
See, and this is the problem. Okay, so JD answers the question, but then Fox News is over there cutting the mic off.
Our Department of Justice, everybody investigates this stuff because we want everybody, whether they're political friends or not, everybody has to follow the law in the United States of America. It's that simple. Now, in that particular case, I don't want to comment on, I want to prejudge all of the details, but look, when you have a law enforcement action, when you have somebody who is committing a crime in the United States of America, and you go and arrest that person. Now, I believe the person who was shot was not part of the underlying investigation, but when the officers approached the person they were trying to arrest, that person, drove away from the scene, and what at least the law enforcement officers argue is that that person posed a danger to the community. Again, I'm not going to prejudge the case, because I think everybody is entitled to their case, not in the court of public opinion, but a court trial by their juries, an actual real investigation, if that's what ultimately happens. Everybody is entitled to understand what's going on, whether what they're being accused of is actually legitimate, and ultimately, of course, if there is a criminal prosecution, then they're entitled to a jury by their peers. But when I look at that case, what I see is inevitably a country that is trying to enforce its laws, and that hasn't for a long time. And while Democrats get extremely agitated about the case, again, we're investigating that case. They're being dishonest if they say that we're not investigating that case. But what I see from Democrats is people who are far more worried about a shooting involving an illegal alien than they are about the fact that tens of thousands of Mainers died from fentanyl overdoses by that poison brought into our community. And so... my message to the Democrats who are so
sorry
worried
the
about that situation is to say,
but the Fox News camera cut the audio off, and the C-SPAN camera has some kind of digital lag.
have a little bit of perspective.
We're just trying to get the end of this.
We can absolutely investigate every shooting, and we will, but we can also secure our border and ensure that that poison stops coming into our country, and that is our priority, and that's our emphasis. Now, we're going to hit the road here, so let me just say one final thing, and then I'll...
Warmonger Mark Levin gonna prove that I am for free speech here. Welcome to the mod club, my guy. Don't abuse it or you lose it. Don't say crazy, wild things about, I don't even know. Just don't say anything too stupid as a liberal so that I have to unmod you, okay? Remember the rules of the mod club, guys. 5-minute timeout for anybody, for any reason, but try to keep the chat alive, only if they're really annoying you, but use your powers that be, only up to 5 minutes. The only way that they get banned is if they do one of three fundamental things. Spamming in the chat, billboarding, which is a bunch of emojis, random shit in the chat, or death threats. And I will say for the next month or so, really grotesque, no substance whatsoever, comments on Charlie Kirk or on 9/11 up until, let's say, the September 18th aren't accepted either. Okay?
I guess it's Monday. Tomorrow is my 6-year-old, his first day of kindergarten, so we're very excited about that. I have some kids here who looks like they're not excited to get back to school, but let me just say that, even though I grew up in a different part of the country, I have a certain feeling of camaraderie with communities like this one, because I grew up in a town, a steel mill town, where everybody said it was the town of the past. People just accepted that the steel mill jobs were going away, that all of my buddies' dads would have to lose their jobs, that my papaw would lose his job, and that that's just the way that it was. And I remember growing up and remember how many people, how many grandparents and parents said to their kids that if you want a future, you're going to have to go somewhere else. You're going to have to go off to school somewhere else. You're going to have to find a career somewhere else. You're going to have to get job training somewhere else. And I remember thinking to myself, how heartbreaking is it for a mom or dad
I'm sure warmonger Mark Levin will not be as bad as Mud, so it's
grandpa or a grandma.
Mud is our furthest left.
To raise their kids in this community, but to not believe that there is any opportunity in the future in this community that they love. That's one of the things, it's one of the reasons why we love Computech. It's one of the reasons why we're trying to invest and reinvest in communities all across the state of Maine. Because I don't want you to look at your own community as something that needs to be left behind. I want you to recognize that there is a great American future for your children, for your grandchildren, for your entire family.
Who bought that insurance policy on the Twin Towers right beforehand? It was probably somebody that was driving his kids to school for the first time ever, and then he also brought those children with his wife to Epstein's Island. And he happens to be a part of the executive branch of the United States attached directly to Donald Trump. Okay? Just, maybe that was the person that bought that insurance policy. I don't know, maybe.
Right here in Brewer, Maine, right here in the state that you all love.
One of the few people that still need it. Get rid of him and get rid of fucking Kash Patel, and we good, guys. We only got 2 left. We gotta fire.
Of course, we want dignified wages. We want healthcare benefits for everybody. Why we're doing what we're doing is because we know that the future of America cannot be rebuilt if we write off certain communities or leave certain communities behind. So my message to you, my message from Paula Page is, the future is right here in Maine. So long as we're willing to fight for it, I'll stand by your side. Fight along with me. God bless you guys. It's good to see you.
All right, guys. There's JD Vance. Let's get into the next one now. Mayor Mandani. Mr. Mandani. Actually, we had this one on YouTube, so let me try this one on YouTube because this one's probably better on the YouTubes. Mayor NYC. Give me it. 7 hours ago. Doing a press conference at the Parks. Central Park. Oh, look, he's one of the people. He's painting white on the white. Wow, look at these guys doing the great work of painting white over white. Let the children do it, you fucking weirdos. All right, get over here and talk to us, please. Jesus Christ.
Morning, Glendale.
There we go.
Morning.
It is a pleasure to be joined by friends and partners here in Queens to make a very special announcement. I want to acknowledge we have leaders from both inside and outside of city government here with us today. We have our Deputy Mayor, Julia Curson. We have our Parks Commissioner, Tricia Shimamura. We have Kathy Park-Price from New Yorkers for Parks. We have Maxime, who is one of New York's foremost advocates for better playgrounds for all. We have Jane, Maxime's mom, and Georgie, Maxime's dad. We also have the Forest Park Trust. We have our Queens Community Board 5 District Manager, Gary Giordano, Queens Community Board 5 Chairperson, Walter Sanchez. And can we have a round of applause for the incredible parks workers that we have joining us here today?
Goofy Muslim.
Truly love and appreciate the work that you all do. So here at Dry Harbor Playground, days are filled with the sound of sneakers on the basketball court, the crack of a bat on the baseball field, and kids perched on top of the ship's structure shouting, "All hands."
Bro got the straight up alfalfa. Is that part of the look, or did that just come out by accident, my guy?
Hands on deck, which
Straight
makes
up
sense for a
alfalfa,
park
yeah.
called Dry Harbor. But even if that ship may have never set sail, it still has a captain, and every captain needs a crew. Today, that crew is here. Say hello
He's like, I'm going to a playground. Dress me like the Little Rascals.
to New York City's first ever Renew crew.
Dress me like the Little Rascal.
This is a team dedicated to transforming playgrounds, sports courts, and rec centers at parks across the 5 boroughs. The basketball hoop that is hanging on for dear life, the water fountain that has not worked since spring, or the fence that looks like it's about to give up entirely. If it is broken, this crew will fix it. The overgrown tennis court, the rusted swing set, the bench that needs a new coat of paint. If it is run down, this crew will renew it. No longer will New Yorkers have to wait months for city government to fix their parks and their playgrounds. The Renew crew will show up, get the job done, and move on to the next location that needs them. This kind of efficiency.
That's why they're painting white paint over white paint to prove, like, as you guys saw at the beginning of this press conference, he was putting white paint over the brand new playground behind him. So, okay.
is long overdue.
Fix the subway, bro. What are you doing?
Over the past 12 months alone, 311 has logged more than 5,000 complaints for the exact kind of work that this crew will tackle. Broken equipment, surfaces cracking underfoot, and fields overtaken by weeds. Our parks are the beating heart of the city, where families can relax together, where children can play, and where people can find peace amidst chaos. And we will not allow them to be neglected any longer. That is why we've invested $2.3 million to support the work of this team. With the Renew crew and the fixes they will deliver, we will build on the work we have already done to bring public excellence to public spaces across our city. Since January,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Somebody in the chat says it's called a second coat, genius. That's the point. That was the point I'm trying to make here, which is they're putting a second coat over something that still has a first coat. Meanwhile, the subway is falling apart.
have filled more than 191,000 potholes, cut the number of sidewalk sheds darkening our sidewalks by nearly 10%, and announced our plan to expand trash containerization to new districts in every borough, bringing more than 6,500 Empire bins from Woodside to Weeksville. That same urgency belongs in our playgrounds, too. A bent backboard should not have to wait years for a fix. Starting this month, this very crew will be hard at work in parks across the 5 boroughs. Fort Fort Playground in the Bronx, American Playground in Brooklyn, Annunciation Playground in Manhattan, Old Town Playground in Staten Island, and right here at Dry Harbor in Queens. That means a new safety surface, resurfaced basketball courts, a refurbished bocce court, and a fresh coat of paint on that very ship that the Renew crew let me help with, and that they may or may not be correcting as I speak. And that work will not only continue, it will expand. To the workers of New York City Parks who are here with us today, thank you for all that you have already done to better our city and all that you will do in the months and years to come. To the rest of New York, if you see something broken in your own park, do not hesitate to call.
Rape, murder, no. But anti-Semitism, getting stabbed by a Muslim in the middle of the street, no. But if you see something, say something when it comes to a second coat of paint on the park.
311. The days of those kinds of complaints collecting dust for months are no longer. And to every kid who's ever called themselves captain of that ship or gotten a whole playground reopened like Maxime did for McKinley Park, now you have a crew of your own. Thank you. And now I would like to invite up Parks Commissioner Tricia Shimomura to say a few more words about this work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At New York City Parks, we know that the small things can make a big difference in how New Yorkers experience.
Voice matters too. If you see that,
you know what? Let's take this kid.
Or hearing me out.
Props to this kid coming up here. Oh, look, guys, the kid isn't even reading. I need to make T-shirts for "We Have a Reader Here" for the Dana Bashes of the world. for the Chuck Schumers of the world, the fucking readers of the world. But even this kid comes up here and has more of his speech memorized than Chuck Schumer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maxime, and I'm really happy to be here today. Thank you, Mayor Mandani, for inviting me. I really appreciate it. Well, do you guys want to know how I ended up here? About 2 months ago, I recorded a video asking Mayor Mandani.
Look at this. Look at how much of this is just authentic. It's crazy. It's crazy. This 8-year-old can do what half of the people in Congress can't do.
Mandani to help open the playground in McKinley Park. It had been closed for almost 2 years. But guess what? A few weeks later, the park was finally open. So thank you, Mayor Mandani and NYC Parks, for hearing me out. I really appreciate it. I'm really passionate about parks being opened because kids need a safe and fun environment to play in. My parents always told me that my voice matters, and I want to thank them for believing in me and encouraging me to speak up. And I want other kids to know that your voice matters too. If you see something that needs to be changed, never be afraid to speak up. Thank you to the Renew crew and every team member working hard to make New York City a better place to live. And thank you, Mayor Mandani. Let's keep the New York City parks open for kids.
Hell yeah. Fucking that kid for president, please. He can at least read. Oh wait, he didn't even have to read. He remembered his speech before he came up there. Wow. Who would have thought?
All right, thank you so much, Max. We've got time for some questions about today's announcement.
It's because the kids aren't the usual liars. Facts, Joseph. Joseph, welcome to the Mod Club, my guy. Don't abuse it or you lose it.
Before we go to the questions, can we have one more round of applause for Max?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Missed you. Yeah.
Do we have any questions about today's announcement? Can ask an off topic too, but if not,
okay.
We'll go ahead to off topics. We'll start with.
They're like, any questions about rebuilding the park? No. Off topic questions. All right, so about your anti-Semitism, you fucking Muslim.
Katie Honan, who had the exclusive for today.
Calm down.
It wasn't like I reported it out. You guys, thankfully, let me have an early look at it. I have two questions. The first is about, I know you were away for it, and I know it's a persistent issue, but with the Deputy Mayor of Operations here, the really bad flooding we saw not too far from here, it was in Bushwick and other parts of the city and here in Queens. I know what we're up against with the sewers not being able to handle this much rain, but is there really nothing more that the city can do to help stop some of this flooding? I know we're supposed to clean up catch basins, but at a certain point, what more can the city do on that? And then I have a second question about the U.S. Open. I don't know if you want to hear it now or wait.
Fighting off my curiosity. I'm going to go for the first question, and then we'll come back to your second one. This is one of the foremost priorities for our administration.
They're like, hey, guys, we're doing parks. Make sure you call if you need a second coat of paint on your park. First question, hey, are we going to stop the flooding of homes? This is a main priority for us. Okay. Is it, though? Is it, though?
Because as you said, yes, we know the facts of the context, which is that we have a sewage system that was built for the rainfall of a century ago, and that the climate crisis has intensified and increased that rainfall.
Just so you guys know, if you've ever lived in New York, in Brooklyn, or in Astoria for that matter, you've been terrified of the potential of flooding whenever it rains for more than 2 days. It's crazy. And the sewer systems in New York are fucking crazy.
And also, it is not going to be the case that we are simply going to sit on our hands until the day in which this sewage system is entirely overhauled. So we are exploring every single avenue that we have, whether it is from the installation of cloudburst technology to the use of permeable pavement to the question of floodable parks that are actually built to absorb that kind of excess rainfall. I'll pass it over to our Deputy Mayor for Operations to add some additional details.
No, thanks. And I think for, neighborhood and figure out exactly.
U.S. Open, which happens on city-owned parkland, that gets taken for the U.S. Open for a few weeks out of the year, and generally the public can't access a lot of the borough's largest park.
Ninja Turtles
It's
down
more
there?
expensive than ever. They've reduced the number of Fan Fest tickets.
Sean, I appreciate the comment, my guy. Welcome to the Mod Club. Don't abuse it or you lose it.
I think they even
Let's keep it
reduced the
going.
number of cheaper tickets to favor more expensive tickets and then tickets given by sponsors. Is there anything you would want to do to make the U.S. Open more accessible to regular New Yorkers? And would you ever want to revisit?
See, now this one is a lot more valid than the World Cup. He was giving out free tickets to the World Cup and busing people over to New Jersey, a separate state, to give people opportunities for the World Cup. That made little to no sense to me as the mayor of New York City. However, the mayor of New York City giving out free tickets to the US Open, which is literally being used on NYC Park land, which is literally public lands, yeah, that makes a lot more sense to give out free tickets to that. But again, I don't think he's interested in giving you free tennis tickets to the US Open. They're a little bit more, they cost a little bit more money, okay, than just the
current
fucking one
deal
ticket
that
every 4
USTA
years.
has with New York City. So New York City, and particularly Queens, actually makes more money if it's going to be more expensive and more unable for the average New Yorker to attend. Would you want to find a way to make New York City be able to actually better financially benefit from it, and particularly Queens?
You know, I think we never want to accept the premise that something has to be unaffordable when it comes to a sporting event that is part of what so many love about our city. Some of my favorite memories as a kid growing up in New York City are going to the qualifiers for free before the Open began. I remember when I bought a grounds pass, I think it was $50.
The reporter was definitely a reader on that one.
Bucks for day one. And I know that number has skyrocketed over recent years. So we are always going to look to ways to make these kinds of events more accessible to everyday New Yorkers. That is not something that will be limited to the World Cup.
So you gave out free tickets to World Cup. Are you going to do more lotteries for everything in the world?
And the reason for
That's what
that is
happens when you're
that
communist.
it is a moment that can really open so many kids' eyes to the wonder of a sport that they may not know before. And as you've said, it is happening in one of the jewels of our city. So that's going to be something that we continue to
It's
work
not
on.
one of the jewels of your city. It's happening on public park land. So it logically makes sense that you would subsidize and give out free tickets. Unlike giving out free tickets to bus people to New Jersey for the World Cup, which was seriously just a gimmick. So you're interested in just a gimmick to benefit yourself, but you're not interested in, as a socialist, subsidizing park land by forcing the U.S. Open to give out free tickets to the New York public that pays all year for that land. That is a socialist program that actually makes sense. Busing people to New Jersey to give them free World Cup tickets because they won the lottery, that makes no sense.
And it is something that continues to be a part of our affordability agenda.
Affordability. All right, double tap, guys. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe, everybody. We are going into hour 3 of our show right now. Remember, you can hit that join button, become a comrade, help support the channel, keep us independent and sponsor free. We are 7 days a week with the news, at least 3 hours a day, making fun of both the left and the right. No news is news, treating politics like pro wrestling. We are going into hour 3. We're going to be listening to Mandani as we set up the next hour, which will be JD Vance up against Marco Rubio. Remember, guys, $5 super chat. Add anybody's name to the poll of the day. $10 super chat. Remove anybody's name from the poll of the day. Cherokee Life over here with the Keep Austin Weird. Appreciate that. Represent Austin, locally Austin right here. Welcome to the Mod Club. Remember, mods, 5 minute timeout, up to 5 minute timeout. Use your powers that be for whatever you want. Only that 24-hour timeout if they're doing one of fundamentally 3 rule-breaking activities, either spamming the chat, billboarding the chat with a bunch of emojis, or death threats. And for the next month, really extremely grotesque comments about Charlie Kirk or 9/11. Not needed. Okay, guys, let's get back into it. Mandani at the parks.
I'm not asking for myself, but for other people, like...
You don't care about tennis?
I'm not a tennis fan. But
Have you ever gone?
No, I never will. But
Never will? Okay, I'll leave it.
It's happening right now,
Yeah.
and there's been lots of coverage of how much more unaffordable
Yeah.
it is this year. So is there anything you can do for this session of it to...
That's something we'll get back to you on.
Thanks, Katie. All right, we're going to go to Marcia and then Kelly.
Shut up, woke lady. We'll get back to
Mayor,
you.
I thought I'd apply to be the chef at Gracie Mansion.
Come on over.
I actually am trained. Never mind.
You're a trained chef?
Yes. I went to the culinary institute.
Why are we only finding out about this in August?
But I thought I would apply because I think, another career might be.
Look, all applications are being...
Just a joke. So, two questions.
Get your vote in
The first
now.
one is this.
Hour 3 starts now.
A group of about 15 minority groups that represent bodega owners are filing suit to stop your city-run groceries. They say that your city-run groceries, and I quote, are a direct assault on minority businesses by a mayor who claims to be a champion of the...
Oh, we have another reader here, guys. We have a Jewish reporter reader here. She said a little joke about before she started reading.
And working-class New Yorkers. How do you feel about that? They feel that they're being...
These state-run grocery stores are just like, if you're going to argue about them, argue about how economically inequivalent they are to anything. There's no reason for them to exist. They're literally going to subsidize a grocery store, put only 5 up in all of fucking New York City, and you have to bring your smartphone with you to scan a QR code to receive 30% off a banana. Like, that's... And we got the Jewish reporter over here, the Republican reporter over here being like, you're actually destroying the minority-owned businesses. You're destroying the bodegas with your smartphone QR code, 5 grocery stores to get 30% off a banana. Guys, you're letting him win. Like, it's like just let the grocery stores go. They do nothing, and eventually people are going to realize that. But you sitting over here acting like they're going to steal business, like, that's you saying that they work. They're not going to work.
Disenfranchised, and what's your response to their suit and their attempt to stop your city-run grocery stores?
I continue to be fully confident in both the legality and the importance of our initiative to deliver 5 city-run grocery stores, 1 in each borough, to the people of our city. We are talking about a reflection of a cost of living crisis that has seen grocery prices increase by about 30% over the last few years. And we're also talking about delivering 5 city-run grocery stores in a city of 8.5 million people that has more than 1,000 grocery stores. And we've seen, in fact...
Right, and your argument is that it's going to take away business from minority-owned businesses? That's the Fox News Jewish media's argument against this in New York? Like, it's the dumbest thing ever. What's going to happen is we all realize groceries are extremely expensive. By the time they open these fucking things up, there's going to be lines out the door. And every Republican is going to turn around and they're going to go, look, it's communism. Look, it's just like a bread line. So, like, just...
With Essex Street Market in Manhattan, as well as Moore Street Market
you're
in
gonna
Brooklyn,
make me support Mandani,
a model
y'all?
where the city has subsidized groceries, and it has not had a negative effect on bodegas around them or on grocery stores around them. And I'm confident both in the legality of this, that it will stand up in court, and in the importance of delivering it.
That you can do to help these, I'm sorry. Is there anything that you can do to help these bodega owners?
Again, another reader here. He just said there's 5 of them. There's 8.5 million people every day. And her response is there anything you can do to help these minority-owned businesses that are going to be affected by this? They're not. He already said that. He already said they're not. And then you're like, let me read my next question, please. Jesus
Who feel that they're going to be losing money.
Absolutely. What we can do is continue with our approach citywide of looking for ways to cut costs and cut the regulations that so many bodegueros as well as grocery store owners have to jump.
Bodegueros? What the fuck are you talking? Stop your NPR nonsense. Right back towards now the Jewish lady's right. I don't like you anymore.
Through in order to do their work. And what we found through our open task force is already the identification of more than 50 potential changes that target things from...
I come from Washington Heights. It's like you fucking watching Lin-Manuel Miranda movies too often. Like
current necessity of having 2 different licenses to sell hot food and cold dairy frozen dessert, as well as the kinds of...
But like when he says the common sense things with his actual English accent, he kind of puts them in their place. It really is funny. But at the same time, whenever he does that fucking cadence shit, I'm just like, oh, god damn, bro.
Things that make it
So
harder
cringe.
for bodegas to both sell items outside of the store and inside of the store.
So my second question has to do with your decision to take on the reconstruction of the BQE
Yes.
and the amount of money it's going to cost. Where are you hoping to get federal funds, or do you think that you'll be able to pay for
Sounds
it
like
out of the
Karen
capital
Bass.
funds in New York City already has?
Karen Bass is Tickle Me Elmo. That's what I call her. Every time she always dressing up in a red suit, making herself look like Tickle Me Elmo.
What we have announced today is something that will be done through city funds, and that is something that we have put forward because the cost of inaction is frankly too high. Every year that the city does not act on the BQE costs the city at least $160 million.
Yes.
And there have been many administrations that have understood the importance of this. We want to be one that also delivers on the fix to this central part of the BQE. I'll pass it over to our Deputy Mayor of Operations to add some additional details.
That's where you were.
You know, I can tell you, I went to an incredible Uzbek restaurant called Alan's Family. I know, I'm sorry. I saw the T-shirt. It says "Cool Georgian Dude," and it just threw me. I don't know where he is now. He has the dog with him. But it was a lovely time upstate. Bounced around, missed the city, missed you guys. Happy to be home.
I'm sure you did. I wanted to ask you, one of the leaders of the New York City DSA is facing questions about his background, his work history, where he lives. I wanted to know, for you, somebody who comes from the DSA, do you still stand by him? And do you think that what has come out about him undermines the credibility of the movement that the DSA is about affordability and trying to keep people here, especially because his home is in Bed-Stuy, where a lot of Black New Yorkers are having to leave because homes are being bought up and are just unaffordable. And then I have an unrelated question.
Why don't you give me both?
Okay, and then the second question is, while you were away, the hearing on the pied-à-terre rollout happened. Before you left, you seemed to hint that your officials would be at the hearing, saying that you were confident in their ability to answer the questions despite the lawsuit that was ongoing about it. But then the day before, they didn't show up. So I'm just wondering,
Wow.
do you think that New Yorkers deserve to get answers from your administration when it comes to this rollout? And did you know at the time, the Thursday or Friday before, I can't remember, that your administration officials weren't going to show up at that hearing?
So the reason to not attend that hearing was on the basis of the legal consequences of doing so, because we are in the midst of a legal case on this very question. And so we know that the hearing last week was explicitly focused on the very issues that are at the heart of that case, and we didn't believe that it would be in the legal interest of the city to send a senior representative. However, we did send a written statement from Commissioner Lee, and we also did inform the council that the commissioner would be available to take any kinds of questions after August 31st, because by that point there would not still be that same question of the legal concerns. And to your first question, look, I think anyone who is focused on delivering a more affordable life for the people of New York City, a fairer life for the people of New York City, and frankly, of those of the world, should be welcomed into this work. And that's what I see so many doing. And that's the kind of initiatives and efforts that we continue to encourage.
Thank you, Kelly. We're going to go to Emma next.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Emma.
2 questions. One, my colleagues reported last week that a 911 call center in the Bronx went down overnight. Can you speak to what specifically caused that and what's going to be done to prevent those kind of outages in the future? Second question, can you share any tidbits about how you spent your time upstate? You were spotted in Leeds and at, I think, a grocery store, Tops, buying roast chickens, I was told.
Bro, this guy's like, okay.
Can you share anything about what you did, what you read? Is it still got...
It's fucking insane, dude. They're making this guy look so much better every day when they attack him with the dumbest shit. They're like, we saw you go upstate and you went into a grocery store. Oh my God.
Lots of New York. Any tidbit?
What?
Yes, I bought 2 roast chickens at the Top supermarket at Coxsackie.
Okay.
I also went to...
What did you do with those chickens? Did you sacrifice them to fucking Muhammad? What did you do to the chickens? Fucking A.
Casa Susanna in Leeds. I had a lovely time, and it was very restorative, and I also stayed in touch with the team on a regular basis to make sure that all was going well. And on one of those issues, when it comes to the 911 calls, the issue has since been resolved, and the system is running normally. And again, what normally means is that every 911 call is being connected.
I love how those were her 2 questions. Hey, the 911 phone call operation line in New York went down. Also, what did you buy at that grocery store upstate? Definitely on the same level of concern, right?
And responded to by a call taker. That's been the case since the issue was resolved. In terms of your question of how this happened, what we've identified at this time was an early morning software update by Motorola that created this issue. And that issue was
Motorola.
then resolved by the morning of the same day. And we are now taking steps to ensure that that never happens again.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to City and State in the back.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
How's it going?
I have 2 questions.
What's your name?
Chanel.
Chanel, nice to meet you.
Regarding the last-minute change.
See, he's trying to. He's fucking. He's a good politician too. He's just like JD Vance. He's just like Marco Rubio. He's a really good politician because again, like he's seeing this fucking reader come up here. We have another reader, and he's like, "All right, so." My question is, what are you doing? And then he's like, first off, what's your name? And get your fucking head out of the goddamn paper? Can you fucking talk to me, sir? Like, my God.
Changes to the Brooklyn Democratic Party proposed by Assemblymember Bishod Ermelin. What are your thoughts on that? And have you talked to Julio Pena? And my second question is regarding the paraprofessionals lawsuit. Your team has said they're currently in talks with UFT President Mulgrew regarding an agreement on the parapay. How have those talks been going, and how has the relationship with UN Speaker Menon been affected following the lawsuit?
The relationship continues as it's been, and the talks have been productive. And they've been productive because we have a shared understanding of the critical role that paraprofessionals play in our...
No, I would say he's better than JD Vance, but he's not better than Marco Rubio. He's right in between. And what's unfortunate is El Sayed is starting to lean more into the rhetoric of like an AOC because he just keeps parroting stuff instead of being relatable. But the most relatable person, and you got to be nuts and you got to not actually watch stuff to say anything other than that. By far, I would say he's like 20 to 50 points ahead of everyone else is Marco Rubio. He is clearly the most relatable person when it comes to communication skills.
Public school system and in our city. And we are looking at ways to permanently address this inequity. And that's the subject of those conversations. And then to your first question, I very much oppose these proposed changes by the current Brooklyn Democratic Party chair. I oppose them because...
I think it is.
because they are an attempt to circumnavigate the will of voters. And what we should see is a Brooklyn Democratic Party that is a reflection of what New Yorkers want to see in their home, as opposed to a representation of so much of what has led New Yorkers to become, and Americans to become, disengaged and disaffected with politics at large.
All right, thank you. We're going to go to Melissa next, and then we'll go to Sophia up in the front. Thanks.
Iced coffee.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Melissa.
Did you really miss us?
I did.
Oh, okay. You mentioned here...
Hey, he should have fucking... If I was... This is why I can never be mayor. I'd be like, next question. Lady goes, did you really miss us? He goes, yes. Anyway, next question. Just fucking, like, railroads her. You already asked your question. You asked if I really missed you. Yes, I did. Goodbye. Like, fuck off.
For the parks announcement.
Yes.
You mentioned peace amidst the chaos. So I wonder, how much peace amidst the chaos does a mayor actually get on vacation? Can you give us a sense of how many calls you had to take? What was the... did you get any middle of the night phone calls, or when the 911 system went down, for instance? And then I have another question.
You know, you are checking in with your team on a regular basis, not just only in the event of a crisis. And then, obviously, if there is anything that comes up that demands your attention, you have to be there.
I love cold coffee.
You have to be in some kind of cell service. But
cold coffee,
the peace of mind is also just a time to reflect and a time to rest. And I think it's also part of what we want for every New Yorker, that they also get time to actually step away from the day-to-day. And I'm incredibly appreciative of my team, who ensured that the work to deliver for the city continues unabated.
Okay, and on Legionnaires, Mr. Mayor, on Friday I reported.
Did you get any peace and quiet while you were upstate? I got another question. On Legionnaire's disease, can you start with the real question? Before I ask any other following questions, let me ask the really important question of, did you receive a phone call while you were on vacation this weekend? Okay, now that I asked that really important question, on to Legionnaire's disease.
That the health department is now saying that they don't expect.
The reason this guy was elected is because everyone in fucking New York is retarded. Obviously. Like, hey, what did you order at that grocery store? Also, about the 911 system going down. Hey, how many phone calls did you get while on vacation? Also, Legionnaire's disease. These are not also questions, people.
To have the results of the source testing that they're doing, the genome.
Can you give out free tickets to the US Open? Also, about the flooding in everybody's basement. What the fuck is the priorities of these reporters?
Sequencing to try to determine the source. Originally, the health department had said August, then they said late August. Now they're saying mid-September, which means it'll come after the September 2nd hearing that's scheduled with the city council. Do you still
Muslims are good at destroying culture? I don't know, caveman, because if we're saying that this guy's the Muslim destroying culture, I think he's bringing back New York culture, to be honest. Do we not remember the last guy? Bill de Blasio eating cheeseburgers, telling us to take vaccines and we get free Shake Shack? Like, the guy was a complete nut job.
Anticipate your team.
Oh, wait, I forgot. We had the black guy for 4 years. The black guy that wasn't even from New York. He was from New Jersey.
Testifying before that hearing, and do you expect a more difficult hearing on the Legionnaire's outbreak because those results will not have been in? Or will it be an easier hearing for you because we won't know the source?
I think the council has a role to play, and it is in conducting those kinds of hearings, and our job is to ensure that we're answering and delivering for New Yorkers. When it comes to Legionnaires, I'll get back to you specifically on the genome sequencing question. What I will say is that the cluster has been closed. It's been about 5 weeks since the identification of a new case. However, we know that Legionnaires has been something that has afflicted our city on an almost annual basis, and we are looking at ways to ensure that this is something that we deliver.
Pause. Could you talk more about your vacation? This is boring. Learning about people dying of a deadly disease, I mean, how many chickens did you buy and what did you do with them?
On for the weeks and months and years to come, but I do appreciate the question.
All right, got time for a few more. We're going to go to Sophia, and then we'll go to Josie.
Hello.
Hi.
Can I get free tickets to the US
so
Open?
3 cyclists were killed by hit-and-run drivers last week, and 1 pedestrian was killed by a hit-and-run driver this weekend. Do you still support Vision Zero? And if so, what will you do to end these preventable crashes?
Yes, I still support Vision Zero. I still support any initiative that we have to reduce the number of crashes across the.
Do you still support not murdering cyclists? Because one person out of the 8 million people last week, he got hit by a car. No context on the actual event, but do you still support that one man that's a cyclist not being murdered? Do you? Do you still support that? Because it seems like we should just stop caring about these fucking cyclists. Tell them to bike somewhere else.
And to ensure that there is no longer a hierarchy of safety based on what mode of transit you're using. Whether you're a pedestrian, a cyclist, a driver, a public transit rider, you should be entitled to the same level of safety. And so one of the things that I've spoken to with my deputy mayor for operations, with our DOT commissioner, is how do we implement.
Caveman, welcome to the Mod Club. Don't abuse it or you lose it. Remember, guys, mod rules. 5-minute timeout. Use your powers that be how you want to. And only 24-hour bans if they are doing one of fundamentally 3 wrong rules. Spamming, billboarding, or death threats.
And the changes to
and also for the whole month until after September 11th, no extremely grotesque comments on Charlie Kirk or 9/11.
Streetscape.
Just for
also
1
understand
month,
the ways
y'all,
in which we are either incentivizing or disincentivizing safe choices made by
Just
New
1
Yorkers.
month.
And so a lot of this is actually delivering on the protected bike lanes that we have seen forgotten over many years in our city, as well as delivering more bus lanes and busways and bringing.
Well, actually, the reason I was asking this question is since he died and you didn't get to 0, maybe we take those bike lanes out, we put up more parking spaces, and we say, fuck them!
The first bus rapid transit corridor to Flatbush by 2030. These are all different steps that we're taking to address this. However, as you said, it is something that is immensely concerning because we're talking about fatal consequences and families whose lives are irrevocably changed.
Thank you, Sophia. We've got time for just 2 more. We're going to go to Josie and then Morgan.
Hi, Mayor.
Hey, Josie.
So 2 questions. I first wanted to
Mandani is the GOAT or Mandani has a GOAT?
just get your reaction to Times reporting on Hakeem Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner. I mean, what do you think of Jeffries potentially being speaker in light of this? And then my second question is...
Mandani should call up Mr. Beast and have some sort of like challenge where he lives in Central Park with a goat for a week. That would... You want to win the midterms, have Mr. Beast and Mandani do like a goat fucker arena or some shit.
It's now 2 weeks until the
really
first
set
day
off Fox
of
News with
school,
that one.
And there's still no AI policy, and principals aren't supposed to buy new tech until there is one. So can you just give any update to that? Will it be coming in the next few days? I know this is a stressful issue for schools.
It is, and it is an issue of immense importance to us in the administration, and it is an issue that we will be speaking to soon. And to your first question, I continue to support Congressman Jeffries and his bid to become the leader.
All right. Thank you, Josie. Morgan will be last question.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi. How are you?
Good, thank you. Last week, when the 911 system went down, nobody knew about it the outage went out for 7 hours. No one found out until the New York Times released an article.
Wait a minute. Why is every question not about the 911 system going out for 7 hours in New York City? How in the fuck are we talking about what kind of chickens he bought and which parks we can go to and how we fucking get a US Open free ticket? And the fucking 911 was down for 7 hours? Yo. Complain about Mandani as you will, but New York needs better reporters. Holy shit. Like, goddamn. These people have 2 brain cells in their head. 7 hours and the guy was out of town and they're like, what did you buy at the grocery store?
That night. I guess city council members are now trying to call for an oversight hearing, not just looking into what exactly happened, but why your administration didn't say anything, not only to the press, New Yorkers, but during those 7 crucial hours, nobody told New Yorkers who are desperately trying to call 911 that their calls might not be answered because of this outage. I just want to know exactly why your administration decided to not tell New Yorkers when this was happening.
So our first order of business when being alerted as to the issue with the call system was to resolve the call system, and that was the focus. And after, what we found is that a significant number of the calls that were coming in over the course of that period of time were being rerouted to another part of the 911 system, and there were fewer than 400 calls, unique.
Fewer than There were 387, fewer than 400
calls that were not connected. And so over the course of the time since that...
Yeah, we got the other 1,000 911 calls. We only lost 400 people.
Was resolved, and as it was going through the day, the work was being done to do everything we could to reach out to New Yorkers directly to ensure that we could provide them with whatever service was necessary. Because again, this is one of the most critical parts of our city's infrastructure.
How is that the last question this guy gets?
We have identified
That's so
that this was
crazy.
from Motorola software update, and now we are looking to take all of the steps we can to ensure that this does not happen ever again.
Thank you.
What did you buy at the grocery store again? What did you buy at the grocery store again? Okay, let's go to Mr. Prime Minister. He's going to declare war on America. Jerry! Is he speaking French right now?
Monsieur le ministre Lightbound, Monsieur le ministre McGinty, Monsieur Davies,
This is how Canada declares war on America.
Je suis heureux de vous retrouver aussi rapidement.
Gay? All right, on to the next one. Treasury Secretary, he's going to say, Iran can't do shit. And every news station is like, oh my God, Iran can't do shit. Oh my God. And I'm like, okay, what? Why didn't we do this a long time ago then? If Iran can't do shit. If Iran can't do shit, then why didn't we do this a long time ago? Huh, bro?
Good afternoon.
What are those green flags for?
Today, at President Trump's direction, the United States Treasury has begun Operation Economic Outcast, an unprecedented campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran and its enablers. In the Second World War, D-Day marked the historic beginning of a campaign with our allies to target and drive the enemy from its positions, including those in third countries. Today, in that same spirit, we are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. Iran's fanatics devote themselves to death to America and seek nuclear weapons to do just that.
Tell me this guy did not just do that.
Maimed more of our citizens.
Tell me this guy did not just equate D-Day to telling somebody that we took your money. We took your money. Guys, it's the same thing as D-Day. We took their money.
And service members than any other terrorist regime on Earth. And they have been at war.
Where are the bombs?
America, their neighbors in the
Lockheed
Gulf,
Martin is not
and much
happy
of the
today with
world
you.
For 47 years.
Where are the bombs, my
President
guy?
Trump has
More
taken
bombs.
action that his predecessors
Less
have
money,
long
more
deferred.
bombs.
And under his leadership, America is no longer managing
You want
the
to see Mr.
Iranian
Beast, Alien
threat.
vs. Predator?
We are
For real.
ending it.
Oh.
Our great armed forces have laid the ground.
Hey, a note to Treasury Secretary Bessent. Did you know that Daddy Trump was out there screaming about his helipad with children, and JD Vance is campaigning in Maine while you're over here doing the next D-Day via sanctions?
Work for achieving the president's objective of preventing Iran from ever obtaining nuclear weapons. They have shown America's resolve to finally end this threat. And the strength of America's economy under President Trump allows us to wage this sustained financial operation alongside the might of our military. Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them: complete global isolation and a subsistence economy, or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. Today, we are launching Operation Economic Outcast to foreclose every other option available to the Iranian regime. Treasury has mapped every node, every facilitator, and every network that Iran has used to smuggle oil and evade sanctions. Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We are enforcing a zero leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America and the world. The final refuge of this regime is the mistaken conclusion of nations that still finance the Iranian threat in the hopes of evading it. It is no longer acceptable to operate in the gray spaces of this conflict. Countries cannot claim they are blind to enabling this activity. Iran's enablers purchase, transport its petroleum. They facilitate the flow of its finances through exchange houses and free trade zones. They welcome Iran's flights and maintain registries on its behalf. They turn a blind eye to seaborne fuel transfers.
Bomb? He said bomb. He said bomb. When are we going to do the bombs? When are we do the bombs? You said bomb. You said bomb. When are we bombing? I'm tired of this fucking money nonsense.
And overland transits.
It's been over a year since we used that B-2 bomber. I know we're doing a lot of flyovers, but when we gonna America 250 the fuck out of Iran? Let's go! Come on!
Their banks,
where's
all
the
while
bombs?
concealing the extent of their complicity. The president is making phone calls to world leaders with specific requests to cease their interactions with the regime.
Warmonger, what did Dev do? I'm pretty sure that Dev just still did a 5-minute timeout. The rules are you can use a 5-minute timeout on anybody if you want to. I'd rather you guys just debate and stuff. But if somebody's annoying you and you have mod powers, you can use your mod powers up to 5 minutes. But you can't time anybody out for a 24-hour unless they're spamming, billboarding, death threats, or really, really extremely grotesque comments on Charlie Kirk or 9/11 for the next month.
We're already seeing results. Over the weekend, comments from Iranian leadership clearly acknowledged the effect of this campaign, and nations that facilitate any interactions with the regime should quickly heed our message. Those who stand with the United States will reap the rewards of our partnership. Those who tether themselves to the Iranian regime should expect to share in the isolation of a withering regime. Teams from Treasury, State, and the U.S. military are now meeting with their global counterparts.
I keep mentioning this, which is there's never been a guy who isn't a public figure. He's not famous. This guy's not famous. He's just the fucking Treasury Secretary. But he also got assassination attempts. JD Vance, Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, fucking Newsom. There's been a lot of them that have gotten assassination attempts. But this guy also got them. And my fundamental belief is it's because he has the most punchable face in America. It has nothing to do with the money. It has nothing to do with who he is. It just has to do with, like, when we see his face on the screen, we just want to punch it. He's just got a really punchable face, does he not? He's like the fucking most punchable face. Where is Mnuchin? I need my Hollywood executives back. I need my boy back. Where is Steve Mnuchin? I don't like this guy. I want to, just a little quick, just punch his face right back into order.
Tell them that the United States expects action.
Not in a violent way, just to restructure his face so that it's not so punchable, because it's just so goddamn punchable.
Country has a defined timeline to shut down activities we have identified. If they do not take action,
South Park
we will
Douche of the
do
Year
so
award.
unilaterally through Treasury authorities.
He's giving those vibes.
Every
butt plug 24/7, pretty
much. Melee must be shuttered and dark.
Put him in an SS uniform and
clear,
damn.
Any entity that facilitates money laundering on behalf of Iran will be removed from the U.S. dollar system. The clock just started ticking. The new sectoral sanctions determinations issued today target 5 of Iran's most vital lifelines that it exploits in other countries: digital assets, technology, gold, aviation, and shipping.
They're going to steal their gold?
These measures broaden secondary sanctions risk for anyone foolish enough to continue conducting business with this regime.
Unless your name is China, we really can't give that up, so we're going to let China keep giving them missiles. Sorry.
And will accelerate the speed with
Sorry, we can't really
pursue
punish
them.
China. That would be a little bit.
Treasuries up.
But Russia, if we find out, we're going to punish you, just like we're punishing Iran. But Pakistan, China is just...
Office of Foreign Assets Control is also sanctioning over 60 entities, individuals, and vessels around the world that enable the Iranian regime to procure illicit nuclear and missile technology, conduct cyber operations, and generate oil revenue. This is a sustained campaign to collapse every last option for Iran. Let there be no ambiguity as to the position of the United States.
Guys, make sure you double tap that screen. We are almost up to 150. We are in our third hour right now of the news. Keep the chat going. Keep us alive, everybody. Remember to hit that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell so that you know exactly when we go live every single day with the news. At least 3 hours a day. Every single day, 7 days a week. No news is news. Making fun of the left and the right. Pro wrestling style. We are in a reality show. So let's comment on it and have a good time like it's a reality show, right? Yeah, that's what we're doing over here. Hit that join button, become a comrade, help support the channel, keep us independent and sponsor free. $5 super chats, add anybody's name to the poll of the day. $10 super chats, troll the people that you hate. Remove somebody's name from the poll of the day. Right now, JD Vance coming away with it. Somebody want to throw out $10, help support the channel, and destroy the chances of JD Vance coming away with it today. Let us know. Appreciate you all stopping by. No news is news. Back to the human gopher.
An economic engagement of any kind with this murderous regime will expose those responsible
gopher?
to the full
Scott
reach
Bessent?
of American power. For decades, this regime has drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over. To the ordinary soldiers supporting this regime, as more and more of your paychecks stop or are supposedly just delayed, ask whether your commanders are leading your country to triumph or to ruin. And recall that the Berlin Wall fell when ordinary soldiers...
Hey, Scott Bessent, go out there and do the fucking boring work. We're all going to have fun today instead. That's what everyone else said.
decided not
you
to
go
shoot
do your
at their
thing.
own people. And to those who enable Tehran, do not discount the cost of testing Washington's resolve. No nation should expect to enjoy the rewards of our system while helping those who seek to destroy it. It is now a time for world leaders to make a decision between prosperity and isolation, peace and terror, America and Iran. The campaign we begin today will gather force with every day that follows, and it will not end until this regime stands
Bessent
alone.
is a Snorefest. I know, he's ruining
With
our
that,
show right now.
I welcome your questions.
But this is apparently like the most interesting thing that happened today. Like, oh, we stopped Iran with a new D-Day with money from Scott Bessent. Yawn. Yawn.
David from Reuters.
Hi, thanks, Secretary. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to impose secondary sanctions on banks and financial institutions that facilitate transactions for Iran. Chinese banks have often been talked about being targeted.
Targeted about
any of those.
We always know they put the most important people in the room for the money, man. That's what we know. We always the most important, smartest people are in the room right now, guys.
Something that is coming in this campaign, or is the very delicate trade truce with China something that could prohibit you from going that far and taking that very big step?
Yeah, because again, like Fox News is already reporting that they gave them 500 missiles. So what the fuck are you talking like? If you do it again, we will stop you, unless your name is China.
We want to make clear here today that no one is above the reach of U.S. sanctions.
No one? No one? Just remember that he said that out loud, everybody. So tomorrow when you turn on Fox News and you hear about all the Chinese fucking drones being shipped over to Iran to blow up Gulf nations, just remember that he said no one is above the sanctions. No one. Not Pakistan, not China, not North Korea. No one. Okay. I hear you. Final warning, guys. No one.
That if they facilitate transactions and are part of the ecosystem that turns Iranian oil into money, into repression.
Oh, okay. See, and then he goes, asterisks, if they do this to this to this to this,
they will be targeted. We find that the best way to engage with countries...
Yo, nothing like deep dish pizza from Chicago. Fuck New York pizza. Okay, I would agree, but only if you're doing Illuminatis. Only if you're doing Illuminatis. Ain't no Giordano's in our fucking... No. Illuminatis for the win when it comes to the deep dish.
Is
the only crust
diplomacy
of a deep dish that
and
works.
We are
the Illuminati
with every country to tell them our expectations. We know who they are. They know who they are. So when the hammer of US Treasury Act...
And if you're looking for New York pizza, 119th and 1st Avenue, the original bake oven of Patsy's. It's the only original Patsy's. Do not go down to the Patsy's down in fucking Wall Street or in Times Square. That shit's bullshit. You're paying like $40 for pizza. It's garbage. It's fucking made a year ago. You go up to 119th and 1st Avenue, you go walking your ass in, and you buy yourself a whole pie for, I don't even know if it's under $10 anymore. I haven't been there in a while, but it used to be really cheap, okay, guys?
Falls upon them. They will have no one
That's
to
the
blame
best New York
but
pizza.
themselves.
Patsy's on 119th.
Richard from CBS.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. You said the president is calling world leaders with specific asks and that there is a defined timeline. Who is he calling and what are the asks?
We're not going to name names.
We just came out here to do a press conference about financial D-Day. If they give Iran money and Iran takes that money and turns it into weapons that then get turned into Iranian oil, then we will place sanctions on them. All right, so who are you talking to about those sanctions? We're not going to name names here.
That we've already seen some results. And
Pizza Hut beats all other pizza? Dude, Pizza Hut, you're going to, like, if you're going to go for any of the chain stores pizza, I'm going Pizza Hut. I am going Pizza Hut. I am a Midwesterner at heart. However, my time in New York where there was no Pizza Huts available, when my only options were Papa John's or Domino's over Papa John's every fucking day. You got to get yourself them Domino's, okay? Domino's, okay? If you're going for the ones, you Domino's. Yeah, Patsy's on 119th and 1st, for real.
I am confident the president, as you all know, is quite persuasive, and we are following his calls up with calls from visits and calls from the State Department and from the U.S. Treasury, expecting them, or telling the leaders and the countries and the...
You can't say retard no more? You have to say mentally challenged? No, that's if they're mentally challenged. If they're just being a retard, like this guy, Captain fucking retard. You can call this guy a retard. He is a retard. Sean, what you're missing here is that post Shane Gillis world, retards are retards, mentally ill are mentally ill. We don't make fun of the mentally ill anymore. We don't use the F word. We don't use the N word. We don't make fun of the mentally ill. But a retard is a retard. And you never go what, guys? Full retard. This man is going full retard today.
Exactly what we expect and the timelines. And I would expect that very quickly, if they do not respond, then you will see the ramifications of their actions.
Can you say how far the timelines are?
Again,
I can't say anything. I can't say anything because I'm going full retard. I already told you guys. I'm going full retard. I can't say shit here. I'm just a retard.
I'm not going to set timelines, but we do not have infinite patience here. Jennifer?
I can't stand these fucking retards. Exactly. Like, clip it now for when somebody wants to cancel me in 5 years. That's my definition. Mentally ill are over here. Retards are retards. And this man is Captain fucking retard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You just said moments ago that no one is above U.S. sanctions. What specific secondary sanctions or penalties is Treasury prepared to levy against Chinese banks and shipping firms if they do not comply? And then secondly, as you look to take these unprecedented sanctions, you've also said that as the Iran conflict fades and oil prices recede, that will help bring down long-term bond yields. In the meantime, you have mentioned your toolkit, and I'm curious if you are looking at reducing auction sizes for longer-term dated Treasury debt going forward, and what other actions you may consider from that toolkit.
Yeah,
Thank you.
well, why don't we work backwards?
Why don't we work backwards? Your question is confusing me. The man who's in charge of all of the money of the world.
The quarterly refunding announcement.
Give me my Steve Mnuchin as an entertainment man. I need me my Mnuchin. Bring back Mnuchin. Mnuchin on the money was solid. This guy with the fucking punchable face, this retard.
2.5 weeks ago.
So annoying.
We are going to continue
Such a
with
punchable
our regular
face.
program of auctions. So you will be hearing from us again at the beginning of next quarter. In terms of, as I said, every country, every entity should know that they should be prepared to face U.S. sanctions. And no one is above this. We are going to hold everyone accountable.
If they give Iran money and they use that money for weapons, and if that weapons turns into Iranian oil and we find out, then we will sanction. Okay. So you weren't before? Is that what you're saying? You weren't? You Captain Obvious here. We just came up with this idea?
And this is economic asphyxiation of this regime. And Jennifer, as I said, no one should test our resolve. So, Josh from New York Post.
Yo, Josh from the New York Post, where are you? Save me, please. New York Post, please, save me. He didn't even know where Josh was. He was just like, Josh from the New York Post, please ask a question. They're like, Josh didn't come today. God damn it.
You said you weren't going to name names, but there's been some reports that the United Arab Emirates is among some of the first nations to take seriously these words from the United States.
Oh, come on. You're supposed to save me, New York Post.
Business interactions with Iran. Is UAE leading the way in this respect?
I would think that the actions that they took last week were not coincident, but likely causal. And I would expect that we would see a broad array.
Guys, double tap, hit that like button. We're only 3 likes away from 150. Get us to 150 today, guys. Double tap, hit that like button. First day of the new YouTube algorithm, and they are Captain Retard over here with it. We had 200 people, and all of a sudden it's back down to 50 because I said the word retard. I don't even, none of this makes any sense because on my actual algorithm, it's showing me how many people are actually in the live stream, and it's about 200 right now. So it's like, fix your shit, YouTube! Double tap, hit that like button, y'all.
Some more actions.
Let's watch that burst of likes come up all at once.
The UAE have been very good partners and have taken the brunt of the Iranian attacks in the Gulf. And what have these countries gotten over the years from appeasing Iran? They were subject to violent attacks while we were bombing Iran.
Right, bombing Iran. Back to bombing Iran. Can we bomb Iran again? There's a song. It's called Bomb Iran. I like to bomb Iran. We bombed Iran last summer. That was really cool. That's how I found out that, the B-2 wasn't a spaceship. It was actually just like a bomber. Can you bring out some new UAP and blow the shit out of them? Because this is boring as fuck, bro.
They were bombing them. So it shows that with...
He says the word bomb
with
again.
this regime...
Just bomb them.
Appeasement does not work.
You're right. So we should bomb them. End of argument. Stop with your sanctions. Let's start bombing them.
And on the other side, with this regime...
Give them all the money that they want and then bomb the shit out of them. That sounds a lot more fun.
Trying to buy appeasement will no longer work. in the eyes of the United States of America. And I want to emphasize that we are spreading out across the world as we speak.
Spreading our legs.
That you will see a wave of sanctions.
We're opening them up.
Meeting today.
We're opening ourselves up.
That cadence to continue, and I would expect that you will see a major announcement of a financial institution being sanctioned by the end of this week. So, Samira from Sky.
Bro is begging the Republicans to ask him good questions. He's like, New York Post, Sky News, please save me. What a dork. You don't even know where your own reporter is. Look at him looking around the room. Sky News, anybody from Australian Sky News? Rupert Murdoch, Sky News. Sky News, please. I need a question here, Sky News.
Yep.
Oh, there she is.
No, are you? No.
Are you? No. You're not from Sky News. I'm looking for Sky News. Anybody from Sky News?
I'm looking for Samira from Sky.
No, he did not just do that. He did not just do that. What a dork! Nobody's here from Sky News, bro.
No.
He realized, oh wait, actually Australian Sky News isn't in the room today.
Hi.
Does the United States and President Trump still want Canada to become a state? He did say that they're getting all the benefits of being a state without being one.
I think he would like Canada to come to the table and
just hit 150 on the likes. Appreciate you all stopping by.
Negotiate in good faith. They were offered quite a good deal last week. They chose to reject it. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Carney rose to power on an anti-American, anti-Trump platform. I believe he was more than 20 points behind, and he seems to have gone back to his old playbook. And I think one has to ask oneself, is he trying to benefit himself, the Liberal Party, or the Canadian people? Because they were offered a very good job. So, yep, you.
Thank you to Secretary Bessent. If I could shift to bond yields quickly. We saw them tick down today after some turbulence and going up last week. Can you tell us if there's any possibility that there will be more bond buybacks anytime soon?
Again, we haven't bought a single bond yet. The next time we have an operation is September 9th. So we will see on September 9th. All right.
Oh, that's great. So September 9th, we're going to decide if we're going to go to war. September 10th, first year anniversary of Charlie Kirk. September 11th, 25th anniversary. Remember, if you were in the tri-state area, make Mandani understand, just like in Staten Island, that he's not welcome to speak. If Netanyahu's not welcome to speak on 9/11 in New York, then nor is Mandani. If you were in the tri-state area, make it known. You are not welcome here, Mandani, on 9/11. And when they want to be like, rah, what do you mean not welcome? Are you saying violence? No, I'm saying the same thing that Mandani is saying about Netanyahu, which is not violence. It's just not welcome for whatever that means.
One more.
Bro, stop being a fucking Nazi. Get over here.
You in the front.
Get over here, Nazi.
You described this as an economic D-Day, but D-Day wasn't a threat of an invasion, and the U.S. didn't give a timeline to Germany.
There we go. There it is. Oh no. He wanted to call on his real reporters, and now he's got a real one.
So why not impose the sanctions today?
Well, we are giving everyone the opportunity to remedy bad behavior. Why would I want to blow up the global financial system? We believe that it is important to level set and give people a cure period, but they should know that will move very quickly and that we are serious. Secondary sanctions are a very powerful tool, and we here at Treasury, this is Gene Lang, the Acting Undersecretary for Terrorism Finance, and in the Terrorism Finance Department and at OFAC, the reason we are able to use secondary sanctions is because we do not take their use lightly. So we believe that a warning shot And a level set
Warning
of
shot. What the fuck does
expectations
that
is
even mean,
appropriate.
bro?
And if people do not want to meet our expectations, then we expect, and they should expect, that will leave the dollar system. Okay? Thank you all.
Okay, don't have any more questions for anybody that's actually a reporter. Goodbye! All right. Now, Pete Hegseth doing some more shit. He's doing some more shit today, guys. He's doing some more shit. Let's see what's going on here.
This is to see from our team for the sake, and we apply a great pleasure.
Looking like a Iron Man in real life here.
Just introduction and for everything that you do, and thank you all for being here.
Iron Man convention in real life.
Not keep you waiting too long. I just had to go one extra lap on your training course on one of these beauties. They let me drive. It was nice. So forgive me for being a little late, but I also want to thank our good friend here, a true ally of our warriors in Congress, Congressman Glenn Grothman. Glenn, where are you at? Glenn, thank you. Thank you. President Trump talks a lot about 3 a.m. members of Congress. They call it 3 a.m. with extra demands before a key vote. Glenn is not a 3 a.m. guy. He's a reliable vote no matter what, meaning when you need his vote, he's there to do the right thing on behalf of America first. Congressman, thank you very much. Wisconsin's got a great delegation. I also want to thank a true warrior and a true patriot of the highest order, a friend of mine, Congressman Derek Van Orden. He couldn't be here today, but he's a great advocate for what we stand for, as well as our good friend, Senator Ron Johnson, who runs the Senate Budget Committee, and I know is dedicated to ensuring in the coming weeks and months that the $350 billion reconciliation bill that's going to help fund our $1.5 trillion budget passes. So Ron Johnson's a great ally, and we appreciate his support. I also want to thank a proud Wisconsinite, Undersecretary of War for Acquisitions and Sustainment, Mike Duffy. Mike, raise your hand. Acquisitions and sustainment is like a mouthful of a title. But think of it this way. He is the War Department's official weapons buyer. He's the world's largest arms dealer, and his name is Mike Duffy, Department of War. It is great to be here with my team at Oshkosh in the great state of Wisconsin, home to 30,000 defense industrial base workers and 14,000 U.S. service members. And I'm here on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump, to say thank you for building faster and faster each day the arsenal of freedom that our warriors need. I'm also here because I want an opportunity to look all of you in the eye, my fellow patriots, and tell you how important your job is. We don't have the helmets without the hard hats, and we don't have the warriors without the workers. We are all shoulder to shoulder in this arsenal of freedom. The vehicles you make here.
Oh, we have a reader here. We have a reader. Welcome, Pete Hegseth, Captain Reader.
As you know, are used by our warriors all around the world. Every single one of you, every welder, every receptionist, to the CEO is supporting American warriors every single day. This is not just another manufacturing job. This is patriotism.
Oh, why don't you take away the piece of paper and tell us what it's actually about then? Instead of reading it, you fucking reader!
In the form of steel, past and present. It's incredible what you've accomplished here in Oshkosh. This company has played a role in every major conflict of the last 80 years since World War II. And I've seen your incredible work firsthand downrange. And I know that it saves American lives, the lives of American warriors. Many moons ago, I was a platoon leader in Iraq, fighting an enemy, a cowardly enemy.
Oh, you needed to read that? You couldn't remember that you were in Iraq?
That fought amongst women and children and hid IEDs with standoff because they knew they couldn't fight American warriors toe to toe. And then Secretary of Defense Robert Gates, after my time in Iraq, but I went back a couple of times as an embedded reporter to see what the troops were up against during the Iraq surge. Robert Gates saw that they needed stronger, safer vehicles to protect our warriors. He cut the usual Pentagon red tape to get Oshkosh MRAPs, to our warriors in theater. You and this company saved American lives. There are many American warriors. In fact, I have no doubt many veterans right here today living because of the good work of Midwest manufacturers like you. Their kids, someday their grandkids and their families, thank God, literally, for your work. It's a great American story that we are iterating on and replicating across our department right now, and I'll explain more about that in a moment. But first, I think what's really special about Oshkosh is that 90% of your work is for commercial civilian use. It's great to see integrated production lines of both commercial and defense capabilities. At President Trump's Pentagon, unlike previous Pentagons, unlike what Joe Biden did and Obama did, commercial products and offerings are the default policy. We need more commercial companies in the Department of War space. We are open for business for the best American manufacturers, for all manufacturers, and you no longer have to sue your way into the department in order to compete. Our job is to make it easier for the big guys and the little guys to get in to compete and ensure that American warriors have the best. You see, we came to Oshkosh because Oshkosh is a model for other commercial manufacturers to step up when your country needs you. From building the beautiful fire trucks I had a chance to see to the family of medium tactical vehicles, you are a model of delivering commercial and military capabilities to the warfighter. Most companies have been in the past too afraid, and rightfully so, of the maze of Pentagon bureaucracy. But I'm here to say we're a different kind of department, moving at the speed of business, moving at the speed of markets, and we are open for business. We need more Oshkosh across America. During President Trump's first term in office, he rebuilt our military. Now, in his second term, he is rebuilding it yet again.
JD Vance makes it again, wins another one, guys, up against Mr. Marco Rubio. Now JD Vance going to go up against AOC. Remember, $5 super chat, add anybody's name to the poll of the day. $10 super chats, remove anybody's name from the poll of the day. Hit that join button, become a comrade, help support, independent, no commercials, no sponsors. 7 days a week, 3 hours a day with the news. No news is news, treating the news like pro wrestling. We are going into hour 4 here. We're going to leave the audio rolling on Pete Hegseth as we set up the next round, JD Vance versus AOC. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, and hit that notification bell so that you know when we go live every single day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 3 hours a day at least, with the news. Thank you all for stopping by, especially during the first day of the new YouTube algorithm, which is fucking up all kinds of shit, including my watch later list on YouTube. Everything is glitching out like a mofo on this new update today. But let's stay with it. Mr. Pete Hegseth here in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, talking about some bandage wraps or some shit.
Legislation passed by this administration and championed by your representatives.
Thank you all for the support.
One big, beautiful bill specifically secured $190 million in defense contracts executed right here in Wisconsin. And we intend to do more as we move forward modernizing our forces. This year's defense budget request includes $16.8 billion to modernize Army and Marine Corps combat equipment, which will include the procurement of new futuristic vehicles like the incredible Oshkosh Rogue Fires system. Just 2 months ago, the United States Marine Corps awarded Oshkosh a well-deserved $92 million contract for the Rogue Fires system.
Get your vote in now.
President
Hour
Trump
4
has
starts
promised
now.
a golden age of America, and he is delivering all across the country with American manufacturing and rebuilding our defense industrial base. It's a part of the Trump economy that is booming and that equates to jobs right here in your state and all across America. But I should note, selfishly, since at the War Department we look at the metrics of our own people as well, that also includes our military. Under the last administration, military recruiting was at record lows. You see, they would miss a recruiting number, so they would lower the goals, and then they would miss that goal, and they would lower it so low that they could barely make it, and then say they met their goal. But since November 2024, and something particular happened in November 2024.
Yeah, why don't you look down at your paper to read to us what happened in 2024?
The U.S. military has seen its highest recruiting records in 30 years.
Okay.
Army, Air Force, Marine Corps, Navy.
Charge of the Army.
Space Force, you name it. And they're not just meeting goals, but we're exceeding them months and months in advance. And now with this $1.5 trillion bill, we're going to grow the size of each of those services, and we're confident we'll meet those new goals as well. So for the men and women looking to put on camouflage, the Department of War is open for business as well. And what a reflection of confidence from the American people. Fathers and mothers to send their sons and daughters in record numbers to go serve. We're humbled by it and honored by it, and we'll continue to do right by them. And part of doing right by them is being right here with you. It's why building our defense industrial base is part of our national defense strategy. It's why burden sharing is so fundamental to who we are and what we do. Every part of what we've focused on has been unleashing American business, because we need the best weapons in the hands of warfighters. Right now, there are at least hundreds of thousands of jobs open in America's defense industrial base, including jobs right here in Oshkosh. It was mentioned to me that there's a disproportionate number of vets that work here at this location and across Oshkosh. If you would, please raise your hand if you've served our country in uniform as well. God bless you. Thank you. You guys and gals are serving again. It's an extension of service, just like everyone else next to you. You see, this administration knows that Midwest manufacturing doesn't just build our trucks or tanks or airplanes. American manufacturing built the middle class of the Midwest. American made, American manufacturing, American muscle, American money, funding it, and in your pockets, American jobs. Companies like Oshkosh combine American ingenuity with American work ethic, sheer American work ethic in support of our American warriors. It's an unbeatable combination that none of our adversaries can conceivably match. Well, that speed, I mentioned Secretary Bob Gates, that was used for the MRAP program, is now what we are demanding for absolutely
Bobby.
Everything across the War Department. It is the norm, not the exception. We are cutting the red tape to get weapons to warriors in record time. You see, we're not just fighting adversaries. One of my jobs every single day is to go to war with the Pentagon bureaucracy. It is a war of attrition that our office intends to win. All 4 years, we're going to cut red tape and requirements and ridiculous layers that have been added time and time again, year after year.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Like, we want the tanker that's door falls off during war. We need more broken tankers like Russia.
And we have to tear those barriers down to allow the best companies,
need less sanctions on our weapon manufacturing,
large or small, to run as fast as possible.
Hey, are we all behind that? Less red tape on the bombs we're making. We all on board?
That's why we want all of our defense contractors.
We all on board with the less red tape for bombs?
Freedom to pivot to a wartime footing and build for victory. As I mentioned, for decades, the Pentagon was hampered by bureaucracy, bogged down by burdensome and inefficient processes, paralyzed by impossible risk thresholds, and distracted by agendas that had nothing to do with warfighting. It was mostly our fault. The world's largest bureaucracy. The Pentagon sent contractors unstable demand signals. That's part of what we talked about on the factory floor today.
Yeah. Congress was fighting the weapons manufacturers. The weapons manufacturers that have made Congress rich since 1951. All of a sudden, because we can't make enough weapons, they're tying down Lockheed Martin with all this red tape. We need less tape for Lockheed Martin. Remove all tape for Lockheed Martin. Let's go.
Uncertain projections that made the defense industrial base.
I'm sure Congress will fight that tooth and nail.
Just like government, The companies that served government started looking like government, falling behind on budget, everything costing more.
Where's your budget, Pete?
Changing.
Where's your budget, my guy?
Scheduling overruns became the norm. Fat, lazy,
Speaking of budgets,
and complacent companies. Well, those days.
Did you just call me fat? Did you just call me fat? I'm about to LGBTQ plus fucking rage quit on his ass. He just called me fat?
Are over.
He's
Speed
talking
to
directly
delivery
to
is
me
now
because
our
I'm
organizing
schizophrenic,
principle.
right?
We have slashed the culture of bureaucracy, ended the culture of risk aversion, and accelerating a culture of agility, innovation, and sheer results. Process is not a result. All that matters is end state and results. No excuses. Speed, scale, volume, efficiency, maximum urgency.
Maximum.
Every dollar squandered on redundancy or bureaucracy or waste.
Yeah. Redundant. It's so redundant. Such waste. Such waste. All these rules and red tape for Lockheed Martin that have held them down for years, we're going to lift them all. Literally bought Congress in 1951.
It's an insult to you, the taxpayer.
Like the irony of this.
From warfighters.
Bro, all that's going to happen if you cut the red tape of weapons manufacturing is you're going to end up with more shitty weapons. Because any red tape that's in weapons manufacturing was instilled by who? The weapons manufacturers. Nobody in government was saying, hey, wait now, you need to tell us how you built that bomb. Nobody was doing that. They were all given their check and they went home. So now you're like, you need to build weapons without double checking them. And it's like, that's Russia. That's Russia. You got a fucking guy driving the tanker. All of a sudden the tanker the lid falls off. You're like, well, shit happens. Needed to build the tanker. Needed less regulation for the tanker.
This is a new department with a new focus on our core mission, where we're restoring the warrior ethos. And that means a focus, an unrelenting, uncompromising focus on lethality. It means no more DEI. It means...
He was looking for a cheer there, but he's in Wisconsin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's like, that means no more DEI. Okay, anyway, I'll just keep reading my speech.
No more trannies, just training. It means colorblind,
exactly, no, the red tape
neutral,
is literally...
merit-based, back to basics, across the board, no matter if you're carrying a rifle or you're working on the plant floor. President Trump, in fact, he said when he gave me this job, moments afterwards, he said, Pete, I want you to bring the warriors back. Bring them back.
Oh, he's doing comedy now.
And that's what we've done.
Look, I can't argue that the fat black diabetes guy wasn't worse. I mean, obviously, fat black diabetes guy was worse, but is that really like the job now is like, well, he's better than the fat black diabetes guy. Like, it's like,
that's been our focus.
Okay.
Uncompromising.
If that's the barometer, sure, my guy.
From day one. And that's what the Arsenal of Freedom's been all about. Bring American manufacturing and jobs and agility back. And that focus on lethality is reestablishing deterrence. We want a military so strong and powerful that our enemies never think about testing us. But as you know, our adversaries are not sitting idly by. They're moving fast. They're developing and delivering new capabilities at a rate that should be sobering for every single American. Which is why President Trump is asking our friends in Congress to pass a $1.5 trillion budget for our warriors. It is a bold, generational investment. The largest military budget in history. But it's absolutely necessary.
Yeah, about that budget. These people don't even pass an audit. About your audit?
You look under the hood and you understand the nature of
literally, that was the campaign promise. Was like, if you put me in charge, I'll put Pete Hegseth in charge of the military. When he gets voted in, we will finally pass a budget. Ignores budget, asks for more money. Well, at least I'm not the fat black diabetes guy. Okay.
You understand the negligence of previous administrations, the deferred maintenance. It is what we must provide for the necessity of today's warriors. And in order to make an investment in the future of warfare.
Bro is just a used car salesman for Lockheed Martin right now. At this point, this man is just a used car salesman for Lockheed Martin.
Think autonomy and drones, AI.
He just coming straight off the lot. He's bugging the shit out of you. You're just trying to look around. You're just trying to shop around. Pete Hegseth, like, right in your ear, like, you gotta buy the weapons. You gotta buy the weapons. We need more weapons.
Space, subsea, hypersonics, cyber, you name it. We are laying the foundation for continued American dominance here at home, in our hemisphere, and around the globe for decades to come. We will build the arsenal of freedom. And in the coming months, we will ensure that all of that $1.5 trillion is funded so that our department, working with great companies like this one, can provide it, and working with members of Congress who are willing to give us all the authorities. We need to give companies like Oshkosh stable, clear, and consistent demand signals so that you can plan ahead, make more investments, and create more American jobs. I'll say it once and I'll say it again. No more offshoring, outsourcing. American made, American manufacturing, American muscle, American jobs.
We were never building the weapons in any other country. Like, that's the only thing we do. And now you're like, we need to make sure we're not giving China our weapon. No, what the fuck are you even talking about?
So keep doing your part right here on the factory floor.
The only thing we've ever been good at is building weapons.
To keep cutting red tape, allowing you to run as fast as possible, and speeding up the procurement process. And you know, we all know, all of our warriors do their part every single day and every single night, all around the world, to keep us safe, and they remain in our prayers constantly.
All right.
So thank you.
And it says here at the end, I say thank you, and then I look back down at my paper, and then I say, hoorah! No transgenders in the military. And then I walk off, and then fireworks.
Thank you for delivering when it counted and continuing to deliver when it counts. Each one of you ought to be proud, and your families, of what you do. Companies like this one are the backbone of the arsenal of freedom. Together, we're going to guarantee peace through strength for generations to come, which is the point. So God bless all of your families. God bless our warriors and our great republic. Thank you very much.
America, Uncle Sam. I would like them to just take 1 month where all they play is 3-6 Mafia. They just do that for 1 month. Then they can go back to their stupid country anthems and like, oh, we're hip. We got all this hip fucking lingo. That's fine. But first, can we just for 1 month, the month of September, only 3-6 Mafia on the playlist, guys? Come on, just 1 month. That's it. That's all I ask.
I mean, the point of what we want to
talk
about
today. Can you imagine? Like 9/11, 25th anniversary, Trump comes out there, slop on my knob, like corn on the cob. Check in with me and do your job. Jobs, everyone. Give me head. Come on.
Is emphasizing two things: that we're a very different department that's open for business across the country. It's not just the defense industrial base, it's major manufacturers around the country that we want to get in the defense game. When you can do commercial and you can do scale and you can do it well, we need you at the Department of War. And secondly, to underscore how important the generational investment in our $1.5 trillion budget is.
Literal used car salesman for Lockheed Martin. If you're building anything in America right now, come build for the military. We need you. Put the fucking Uncle Sam poster all over it. There we go.
Completely committed to it, and we believe
walking, talking Uncle Sam here
before the election, but also through.
But isn't that what the job's supposed to be? To be honest, shouldn't the Secretary of Defense literally be Uncle Sam? And he is kind of just doing the Uncle Sam. He's just a used car salesman, Uncle Sam. But isn't that what, like, if you really look at it objectively, isn't that like the best use of the job of Secretary of Defense? Is to just go around pitching for Lockheed Martin, begging contractors that dig holes for fucking apartment buildings to like build weapons instead. The job itself. When you think about it, he's just doing the Uncle Sam.
a lame duck, that we will get every dime of that.
Lockheed Martin's life, yes.
The reason
Yes, Lockheed Martin is life. Praise be to Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin are our overall saviors. They are the saviors of God-given freedom. Praise be to Lockheed Martin. Here in America, unlike in the UK, we do not destroy our weapons. We do not protest weapons manufacturers. We praise Lockheed Martin because we love our free speech. All hail Lockheed Martin. All hail free speech. Never say anything negative about Lockheed Martin. Keep your free speech. Free speech, Lockheed Martin. Let's go.
we focus so much on it is this moment requires it. The nature of the threat around the world.
One nation under God. No, one nation under Lockheed Martin.
The deferred maintenance previously, if you look under the hood, I don't know what the previous administration was actually doing.
But God is on the side of Lockheed Martin, obviously.
Economic engine, the defense industrial base, at speed, at scale. Everything I talked about on that stage is real. It's a main effort. If we want to stay ahead of our adversaries, we've got to have companies like this one moving faster. And we've got to open the aperture for even more companies. So thanks for coming out to Oshkosh as an example, and we'll be doing a lot more Arsenal of Freedom events. I'll take a few questions.
I had a question on Iran. Just can you give us the lay of the land? What's our current posture right now with our overseas operations, and what do you hope this threat of economic sanctions will do to Iran?
Well, it was great to see the Treasury Secretary today. We've been in full coordination with him on the economic fury and all the pressure that he can bring to bear.
In this
And we know
country,
that
we praise
Iran
Lockheed
can't
Martin.
handle
Yeah.
it. Ultimately, their economy.
We're not
is
stupid.
in
We're
a
not the
spiral.
UK. We're not
They
out
also
here
know that we
fucking
control
getting
the Strait of
arrested.
Hormuz, that our blockade is ironclad, and that oil is flowing through, ultimately. And you've seen some of the numbers. Iran can't run anything through. We can. The world economy realizes that, and so they made a big bet on controlling it, and they can't. They don't, because of the devastating things our military did to their Navy and their ability to sense and see and radars and missiles. They still have some capabilities, but it's nowhere near what it was at all. And so we can protect the shipping going through the straits, allowing oil to flow. More economic pressure only ensures that Iran really has, the only choice they have is to come to the table and actually talk about their nuclear program.
Come to the table?
The president has demanded.
Bro, they already said that we're not coming to the table. What are we doing here? Now he wants to come to the table?
If we need to use kinetic strikes, we'll use them. If Iran is foolish enough to overplay their hand or mess with the American military, we'll do what we need to do. But economic pressure, we know, hurts them the most right now. But by no means are we foreclosing using kinetic strikes anywhere in the Strait of Hormuz or around Iran.
With munitions purchases being a priority for you and the budget coming under pressure as Congress looks to do midterm elections and the balance of power may change, is it possible that you may choose to cut the amount of munitions purchases if you don't get the $1.5 billion, or is that sacred?
I don't think so. It's pretty sacred. And we've cut a lot of these deals, as you've seen, 5 to 7 year deals with companies who are now already investing, have made down payments of their own money on new plants and manufacturing. So this is not a nip around the margins of a few more weapons. This is a generational investment of 2x, 3x, 4x more munitions of the ones we know we're going to need and use. Those investments will be made. And of course, the media has made a lot of false claims about a lot of things. We feel really good about where we are and about our ability to make sure we've got the munitions in the future.
On Iran, the Defense Casualty Analysis System added 60 wounded in action over the last week. What can you tell us about attacks on U.S. forces?
I can tell you that databases play catch up sometimes. We've been transparent about it the entire time.
Do you have any message to the families of those that are on the carriers right now? I know you've seen a lot of the reporting, the sailors on the USS Lincoln. Are you worried about other ships?
To the sailors and families of the Lincoln, I say Godspeed. On a historic mission, congratulations, you're on your way home. You've done epic things to secure the American people. And I've had a chance to talk.
That's literally what Trump should have said. It wasn't that hard. Take note, Donald Trump. This is what you should have said.
In fact, one of the guys on the assembly line's son is coming home. He's on the Lincoln right now. And he affirmed what I've heard time and time again, which is they're really proud of what they've done. It's been a tough deployment. They haven't had as much port visits as anyone would like. It's been longer than most, but they've done incredible things in the harshest of environments against an enemy, a determined enemy, that will change the course of history for America.
Why couldn't Donald Trump just do this? It was like,
that
was it.
I appreciate
you served on Lincoln? That's crazy.
The good faith focus that's existed, but the media has done a lot of bad faith focus also, trying to spin things or misrepresent things. Lincoln's done incredible work, and we're very proud of him.
The United States has two types of ATACMS weapons, unitary and cluster. The press reported that nearly all of the ATACMS weapons were used. Did the United States use both unitary and
Why
cluster?
would I answer? I mean, this is kind of a stupid question I would never answer. Like, why would I answer a question about whether we do or do not have certain types of munitions? I would tell you we have 110%, or I would tell you we have one. I would never answer that question. And the press is foolish to want to press. An American press is foolish to want to press an American War Department about where we may or may not be on classified exquisite systems. I'll just tell you this. We had plenty when we needed it, and we have plenty now, and we'll have plenty when we'll need them in the future. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys coming along.
Oh, he pissed off. He asked him about the fucking amount of bombs we have. All right, let's see what's going on over here. Pete Hegseth delivering remarks on troop engagement. All right.
From Nebraska. The strategic bill, we were on additions for that place.
Buffett Air Force. Importance, thank you.
All of you, an incredible group of great Americans. And I want to start by thanking the Admiral. We had a chance to go down into the bowels and into the basement deep beneath. It
Uncle
looks exactly
Sam,
like
salesman.
It would in the movies. And he gave
This
us,
isn't Robert
yet
De Niro
another, reminder
or
of the
Robert
incredible
Downey Jr. I
capabilities
fucked
of this
that joke
command.
up. Fuck,
Both
goddamn it.
uniform and civilian across
Fuck the joke
all
up. Damn it.
services. What this place does, no other command and no other country can do. Full stop. And thank you for your leadership, Admiral. Under your leadership, the modernization, the acceleration, every aspect of what we do has been on hyperspeed, and that's what we've asked for.
Devs, just go become a weapons manufacturer. They're asking for more of them.
Well, and Senators Ricketts and Fisher, God bless you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for inviting me all the way back in confirmation and more recently in Shangri-La and reminding us of how important it was.
Oh, he called it Shangri-La. They're doing it. They're not calling it Fort Knox anymore. They're taking the bait on the JFK RFK thing. They're now regularly. That is like the 5th time I've heard it. Without announcing the actual Fort Knox being changed, which again, Fort Knox was named after a president's child that was 8 years old because he thought that Shangri-La sounded too fancy. So back to the JFK name, which is Shangri-La, which is literally from, I forgot what it's from a silent film. It's from a 1920s film, and it's such a good movie, but it's about this guy who, he crashes his plane in Tibet, and then a bunch of monks find him in the forest, and then he goes to this place, which is this giant palace in the middle of nowhere that he doesn't know how he got there, called Shangri-La. So Fort Knox being Shangri-La makes a lot more sense than, well, my daddy was president, and I decided to call it Fort Knox after my son.
Didn't feel it and touch it.
Shangri-La's.
Right here on the ground, and you
Let's
couldn't
go.
have
Let's
two
go,
better
Shangri-La.
advocates for United States Strategic Command than the two senators here in Nebraska.
You were at Fort Knox? What's your choice then? Fort Knox or Shangri-La? I think Shangri-La makes a lot more sense than Fort Knox.
Live, breathe, and eat all things NC3 and nuclear triad and understanding the incredible importance of deterrence.
Because what's kind of cool about that is if you have the discussion and it was legally called Shangri-La, then when Michael says, I was at Shangri-La, you're actually saying that you were at a place that people believe is not really a place, because that's the metaphor, is that it's this non-existent utopia out in the middle of nowhere. And so it's I was at Shangri-La. Were you at Shangri-La or were you not at Shangri-La? Hello?
That lives here.
That's another way to put it.
Thank you for being incredible advocates for the budget required here as well. We are going to deliver on $1.5 trillion. We are going to deliver on a reconciliation bill, a supplemental bill, a baseline bill. Add it all up. I don't care how we do it. We're going to get to $1.5 trillion and a generational investment. The president's committed to it. Your two senators are committed to it, and we're going to make sure in the upcoming months or in a lame duck that we deliver on that. So two great senators. Thank you, senators. Most Americans probably don't know what United States Strategic Command does.
Oh my God, just a little bit of Hollywood news, guys. A little bit of irony here, finally. So Mark Ruffalo has been like basically the #1 advocate for like not allowing the Paramount HBO deal, Warner Brothers deal to go through. And over the weekend, the Larry and David Ellison said that he was being anti-Semitic. So then Mark Ruffalo doubled down and started saying a lot of crazy anti-Semitic stuff. And now, apparently, because Hollywood is ready for the merger now, because they're realizing that it would actually crash the theater system if they didn't allow the merger to take place. So just like the snakes they are, they're like, oh, actually, we're for this now. And he's still sticking to his guns, being like, Palestine, Palestine, and throwing out all of his fucking crazy rhetoric of anti-Semitism. And now Disney is potentially investigating Mark Ruffalo over his anti-Semitic comments about Larry and David Ellison and talking about potentially firing him as the Incredible Hulk. Oh! Oh, baby! Oh, baby! What comes around goes around.
Command. What is it? What is it? It's the absolute foundation of our deterrence. I talk a lot about reviving the warrior ethos and rebuilding the military and reestablishing deterrence. Deterrence never left this place, never has. And that's a 24/7, 365 responsibility that the men and women at this location live every single day. It is the absolute bedrock, which is why the investments that we're making at the department start right here. They have to. And it's something these senators ingrained in me from the very beginning. All aspects of NC3, the nuclear triad. And so what you'll see in Columbia, what you'll see in B-21, what you see in Sentinel, what you'll see in NC3, what you see in the new E4B, all the things that we are trying to push and accelerate are a reflection that we will leave this place better than we found it. That's certainly my response. My job is to serve all of you. We serve the American people. You serve for your families. You serve because you love this country. And a lot of the things that we do here, yes, we'll see in 2026 and 2027 and 2028. But a lot of them we won't see till 2034 or 2038. And an example I use all the time are these beautiful B-2s, which thankfully a lot of folks in Washington, D.C. got to see yesterday at that great IndyCar race and those flyovers. But those B-2s that were, say, for example, used at Midnight Hammer, that's not an asset that we procure.
You literally said those B-2s that were used for flyovers, and then you're like, actually, wait, so last year we used those? Good sales pitch, my guy. More parades.
Previous military leaders who said we need a strategic bombing capability that looks like that. And they were willing to invest in it and fund it and resource it to ensure that future presidents and future secretaries had a strategic asset like that. And they didn't know how and when it would be used, and it was used powerfully and exquisitely in that particular example as it's used on a regular basis. Same thing goes for the assets that we're investing in right here. I won't be the secretary. There'll be future secretaries and future presidents that employ them. But my responsibility is to ensure that my kids and grandkids and your kids and grandkids sleep safely under the net of freedom provided by a future United States Strategic Command, with the best assets, the most capable, and the most modern to ensure a 100% credible threat of nuclear deterrence that the American people expect that a president needs to have at his or her fingertips, and that ultimately our adversaries have to understand and know works. And that's what's different about what you do as Strategic Command. You see, the Senator did a nice job laying out the threats in the world today, and you know them and I know them. There's countries building exquisite capabilities only specifically designed to defeat and target us. That's it. There's no other rationale and reason for that buildup. But they know right now that if we have to employ the capabilities of this particular command, we can, at the president's direction, at any time. And that is the absolute bedrock that keeps us, our people, our nation free. Full stop. You want to talk deterrence? It's that deterrent right there. It limits the abilities of adversaries, limits the ambitions of adversaries, maximizes the decision space of the President of the United States, and this President does a nice job of using that latitude and that deterrence in order to advance American interests. Speaking of that, I mean, it's pretty simple when it comes to what President Trump asked me to do It's put America first, Americans, American citizens, our terrain, our people first. It's peace through strength. And this place is the bedrock of peace through strength. And then it's apply common sense throughout the entirety of our formations. And that gets to reviving the warrior ethos as I work my way backwards a little bit here. Reviving the warrior ethos is putting commanders back in charge to ensure that standards can be enforced and clearly and equally across our formations. No more distraction of social engineering and DEI and social justice.
No more DEI stuff. All right, double tap. Make sure you double tap that screen, guys. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe. Send that notification bell so that you know when we go live every single day with the news, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, at least 3 hours a day with the news. No news is news. Making fun of the left and the right here, turning the pro wrestling fucking world into the fucking reality show that we are all watching, making fun of the news, everybody. $5 super chats, or add somebody's name to the poll of the day. $10 super chat, remove somebody's name from the poll of the day. Right now, we are in a dead heat. 50% AOC, 50% JD Vance. Could AOC get her first win ever on our poll of the day? We have halfway through the hour, guys. If you hate AOC, $10 super chat. Get her ass removed right now. Otherwise, it might happen. It might happen. Make sure you hit that join button, guys. When you hit that join button, you become a member of the Comrade Club, like Two Gun Cohen. Help support the channel, keep us independent and sponsor-free. Back to the news, hour 4, with Pete Hegseth doing his Uncle Sam pitch to everyone. Please, give me more money. Give me more money.
Inside our formations, we do merit-based,
double tap,
Hegseth. Full stop. That's it. And we don't want commanders walking on eggshells when they enforce the basics, like accountability, like standards, like readiness. You want to talk about something, a place where meritocracy has to reign no matter what, where you have to be ready at all times no matter what. It's United States Strategic Command. Nothing else matters. We just need folks that are very good at their job and able to conduct that with minimal distraction up and down echelon, subsea and space. That's this place right here. And then my job as we restore the warrior ethos is to help rebuild the military. And that's why I want to come back to what the senators are focused on, what we're focused on. My main effort right now is ensuring that we get the resources to you to ensure that these modernizations happen, not eventually, but that every deadline is moved to the left. With this president, trust me, I hear it across the Resolute desk every day. Pete, faster, more. Don't be comfortable with the status quo of some deadline that's been set for you because the bureaucracy set that deadline. Move at the speed of...
What's the bureaucracy? What bureaucracy is he speaking about? Because like every single congressman on the left and the right is paid for and bought for by Lockheed Martin since 1951. We literally watched breakdowns hour and a half long by like Fern and Moon channels explaining exactly how it's just a system that cycles and repeats itself. And now we're over here being like, we need to cut the red tape and the bureaucracy from the bureaucrats that are tied to the weapons manufacturers. Who the fuck is coming up with this bureaucracy? What are you talking about? There is no bureaucracy. There's just safety regulations. And you're like, no, fuck those. We need to fucking build Russian-style Soviet missiles that blow up in your face. We need more shit.
Business. And that's why we're not asking for $1.5 trillion to do things the way we've always done them. We're asking $1.5 trillion to make a generational investment to operate at the speed of business, which is why the next stop we're taking today, actually, we're flying over to Wisconsin to talk to a defense manufacturer to restart our Arsenal of Freedom tour, which is a tour across the country over the course of this year to businesses large and small in our defense industrial base that will build the things that will be in your hands to ensure deterrence. But for too long, we outsourced those capabilities, or we didn't invest in our defense industrial base, and we allowed our defense companies to effectively become appendages of government. So many of the things that you rely on that are incredible, exquisite capabilities were built by just a small handful of companies. Great companies, many of which we still rely on, we're investing in right now, and they're fantastic. We need them. But they started to look a lot more like the department than like business. And our department
can be a bureaucratic maze. And in order to navigate a bureaucratic maze, you build your own bureaucracy to navigate that maze, and bureaucracies are not built to move quickly. Well, in the 21st century battlefield, everything has to iterate and move quickly. It's all about autonomy and AI and tech and cyber, the ability to move information, move people, move things, execute and iterate.
If you're watching the very top of our show today, guys, Russia launched the very first ever fully autonomous AI drone. All of the AI drones being used in the Ukrainian-Russian war up to this day were like you had the controller like you were Call of Duty, and then when you were ready to strike your opponent, you hit the button, and for the last minute, it did the AI thing of blowing it up. Now, the drone is launching itself, going and finding its target, and killing. And Russia was the first one to do it, and they launched it yesterday. So,
quickly.
That's what he's talking about when he's like, we need this shit.
And so we need to build and operate at the speed of business. And our arsenal of freedom needs to expand. It can't just be 5 prime contract defense contractors. It's got to be 10, it's got to be 15, it's got to be 20, it's got to be 25. We've got to open the bureaucracy so that more companies, great American companies, can compete. They build it here, they employ Americans here, they manufacture here at scale and at speed.
Are there humans in the rafters, or is he just looking to God for this money now?
That'll take investment from us, but it takes a different kind of investment. And I wish our Deputy Secretary of War was here. He chains himself to his desk because he's so dedicated to ensuring that we fix the bureaucracy. But I wish he could come out and see all of you more regularly to understand and see the people that he's helping. He's been a businessman I don't know, multi-billionaire businessman whose entire career has been in turnarounds, turning around failed businesses. He's effectively turning upside down the way our department operates to ensure that smaller companies can compete and larger companies look more like businesses again. And one of those things is demanding companies invest in additional assembly plants and assemblies of their own. You see, for a long time, our department would fund not just a company's weapon systems, we're buying more weapons, but if they were to invest in a new plant, we had to build it for them. And President Trump, a businessman, said, well, that's not the way it's supposed to work. How about instead we...
Guys, I'm going to be back in about 2 seconds. I'm going to make a phone call really quick. Keep listening to Mr. Hegseth here, pitching as Uncle Sam. Cut the red tape. Let the bombs explode in their hands. We don't care. Build the tanker. I don't care if it has wheels or a door.
We give you long lead time
Hurry.
orders, meaning we're going
Hurry now!
For 5, 6, 7, 8 years. We know we are because it's a great capability. But in return, we're going to ask you to build a new plant or a new factory in America for American jobs. And what happens when you build something? It's a basic principle of economics. If you build something yourself, you're more likely to want to take care of it and make sure you make money with that investment with the thing that you build. And so as a result, American taxpayers are saving money because these private companies are investing in new plants and new manufacturing capability. Taxpayer also wins when you get a 7-year order on a fixed price. And most importantly for this audience, who wins? The warfighter, who gets the capabilities that you deserve faster than you've ever gotten them before, and with a magazine depth that you need for a modern battlefield. An arsenal of freedom requires not just a few more missiles or a few more satellites or a few more capabilities. It requires 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x of the things that you do and the things that you build. And then, of course, the ability to build really sophisticated, exquisite systems like the B-21 or the Columbia class that only America can build, and they take a long time to build, and only a certain few number of companies can build them. We invest in those things too. So it's high-end and low-end mix. It's commercial, using commercial applications and not just defense applications. The company we're going to today does 90% commercial business and 10% defense. That's great. We want more of our big domestic manufacturers involved in defense. So we've acknowledged that the defense industrial base is one of the core pillars of how we ensure that America stays free, so that the things that you deter with are both modern and we have the sufficient amounts to do it. I would just close by saying, and I mean this, I get a chance to travel the globe, I get a chance to look out at audiences, and
we have a security detail that is with us, all the time, and we'll get ready for church or we'll be going somewhere, and they're waiting outside. And I'll yell at the kids and say, "Kids, the great Americans are waiting outside." Kids, don't make the great Americans wait. And that's what I've sort of taken as a phrase when I look out at all of you. Just great Americans. Just great Americans doing incredible things selflessly, standing on the shoulders of 250 years.
That sounds kind of tacky. You really say that to your children every time that you leave your house? Also, I heard about your cat and the next door neighbor and everything from Marco Rubio. Pretty weird.
Great Americans
Your fucking cat.
Who put their country first, who realize that the freedoms that we love and that we cherish, they don't defend themselves. Somebody's got to carry a rifle and put on a uniform and do something about it.
Jerry.
Deploy away from their family, put their life on the line, up to and including the cost of their own life in order to defend those freedoms. You do that at the highest, most strategic level, putting yourself between geopolitical adversaries and their calculations about what they will or will not do, whether today is the day or not the day. You've raised your right hand to do the same thing, whether you're in uniform or a civilian. Both locked together. That's the other reason I'm doing the Arsenal of Freedom tour, is that I want the hard hats to know that they're in it with us. If you're building something and you're building it faster and you're building more of it so that all of you can use it, you're in the fight too. You're a part of the Arsenal of Freedom. So to this audience of great Americans, I simply just want to say thank you. I want to encourage you, ask you to keep going as fast and as hard as you can. And please know that we have your back. That President Trump tells me that on a regular basis. Pete, go out and do what you got to do. We've got your back. And so to you, I say, we untie your hands. We give you maximum authority, and the Admiral certainly knows that. What authorities do you need? What kind of legislation do you need? We'll give you all the runway you can to be as effective as possible at every echelon of what you do, running at the speed of business with full hearts for love of this country.
I thought he was going to do the Friday Night Lights thing. Full hearts. Da-da, can't lose.
So please pass to your families also my gratitude, the gratitude of everyone at the Pentagon, that we know you serve for them, but we serve for you and we serve for them also. And our job is to have your back in every way in the incredible work that you do. You are the foundation of American deterrence. We know it. I read the reports every week that get sent to me of the work that you're doing. There's a close eye on the incredible modernization going on here. And it's going to make the difference about keeping the 21st century a free century. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
All right. Another speech, another sales pitch by Mr. Uncle Sam himself. Now here he is with the hard hat on. He's going to get his hard hat on. He's going to look all fucking macho and walk through the weapons manufacturing plant.
And he issued us a challenge. He said that the department outside of your core business, RI, auction house, here, we have large weapons you see behind, all vertically integrated. Yep. So you can see too, I mean, we love metal. We're all about building stuff. But look at these frame rails. So the frame rails, fairly big to the tank, and it's no wonder why we use it across the business. Here, find out exactly. We also, it's not about the code effects.
He's just taking himself
so
a tour.
Of that, if we want to come down here, drive some other thing for us to reinvent.
Look at all the metal we are building.
They went to a frame rail, they went to our smallest engine was the anniversary without. People who run these cabs.
Transferred over to one of the destroyers. Okay. Someone, I'm not sure right off.
So you replaced someone on one of the...
Yeah, one of the other helicopter mechanics. And so that ship home ports in Hawaii. So he gets to spend a couple of days there before he flies back to San Diego. So he's pretty impressed.
Runs right through the middle of every time John puts a cab on, whether it's big, small. So our IDs take work instructions and they break them down into the... Really, in addition to efficiency, this is how we do quality controls. And so before it ever goes to the line, everything is tested right here, right?
It is, yeah.
Oh, that's that bureaucracy he was talking about. Yeah, get rid of that part.
The system automatically knows how many pints of coolant, how many pints of hydraulic fluid, oil, everything to go into the truck. It's digitally saved, so we have that record forever. It's our Jacques Colbert's our vehicle inspections.
Which is which?
Oh, look at that. He gets to put the tire on. He knows how to do it, too. We'll go back and forth. The optics of politics is ridiculous sometimes. He's going to put the tire on. Then he's going to sign his name on the door. For our, what did it say? For our great warriors. Why did he sign it Tony Stark? Why did he sign it Tony Stark? That's odd. Oh, that was all about. All right, okay. So there's his tour. Yay, yay, yay. Do we got anything else? Oh, here we go. Darlene Graham doing a news conference. Because she hasn't learned to shut up yet. See if tomorrow's the day, guys. Is the lady going down? I think the lady's going down. We have $15 on it. We're up right now, I believe. I'll tell you what our marker is on it once we get to her. Let's see here. God damn. Jesus Christ.
And I ran Sanctions.
Okay, here we go.
If you're here sports and reason, I know I love watching my daughter play. For that reason, I know boys don't belong in girls' sports and certainly not in the locker.
Ah, there you go. That's how you win them over. Just start screaming about the transgenders and how you're going to fight for the WNBA. All right, okay.
I support the
Well,
strongly
good job.
support the Second Amendment.
Somebody told her to shut up.
I am pro-life. I have conservative values. Lindsay and I differ in one area, that's illegal immigration. I love him to death. I miss him dearly, but my stance is a little bit stronger. I think it's real simple. If you're here illegally, you need to go back immediately.
All right, we're up right now to almost $18 out of that $15. We'll see what happens tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure she's going to lose. Gonna turn that into 50.
As far as the differences between my opponent and I feel like I've done more, I said this the other day, in 20 days than he has done in 20 years. Since I've been there, I was the lead sponsor and helped pass the Russia and Iran sanctions bill through the Senate. I was the deciding vote on President Trump's AG pick, Todd Blanche. So again, I've done more in a couple of weeks than he's done in years. He's been up there 10 years, $1.7 million in salary. And you know what we got for it? He named a post office. So again, I feel like I've done more in 2 weeks. And another thing, it's like I can't figure out if he wants to be in Washington or does he want to be here in South Carolina. He left South Carolina to go clean up the swamp. Then he came back to run for governor. South Carolina rejected him, and now he wants to go back to D.C. So what does he want? I know what I want to do. I want to continue being a servant to the state of South Carolina like Lindsay was. I've served y'all for 30 years. Lindsay was amazing. He did amazing things for this state. I cannot fill his shoes, but I will make one promise to you. I will work as hard as he did. And I won't go up there and just say no. I'm going to bring resources and help back to this state just like Lindsay did. So I want to work hard. I want to earn your vote so I can go up there and work hard for you every single day. That's the promise I'll make to you. So, God bless South Carolina. Like the governor said, it's an unusual time to vote. Please remember to go vote tomorrow. Take your polling places. They may have changed.
Whew,
so
I don't know about this one,
please
guys.
Get out and vote tomorrow. It's going to be close, but we feel good. We've had a lot of momentum. The President Trump, the rally he gave, there were like 5,000 people there. It was amazing. We have a tele-rally tonight. President Trump is doing a tele-rally for us tonight. So we're feeling really good. We've had a lot of events all around the state. I've been going out meeting people. That's my goal. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from the people of South Carolina and what's important to you. And if I get elected, I'll keep doing that. So thank you.
Can she answer a question?
Any questions? Maybe a couple.
Hit the road for Greenville and
Do we have time for any questions? You've been up here for 5 minutes, lady, and you just called a press conference the day before your fucking election. I think you have time for as many questions as needed.
second. We got time for like 3
Oh, this is why I think she's going to lose, guys. I don't like it. I don't think we're in it. It's going to be a tough one.
Of course, it is an important role as you are a U.S. Senator. What have you done in the last week to kind of catch up to speed on that?
You know what I've done in the last week? I've gone around this entire state talking to as many people as I possibly can. And you know how many of them brought up Taiwan or national security? Not one. They're talking about the rising cost of health care and affordability. So that's what's important.
Good pivot. Good pivot. That's solid. I think somebody told you to say
You
it.
just mentioned that you agree with your brother on everything except for one matter, that being illegal immigration. You go farther than him on that. That being said, I'm curious, do you agree with him about the 2020 election, that Joe Biden was certified, the winner of that election was lawfully elected, and that you would have voted to certify the election as your brother did?
What you
I
got?
think our election system is broken. That's why I think it's so important that we get the Save America Act passed. That's why I wanted to stay
pivot.
through recess to get that done.
She's doing okay. Sounding less like Hillary Clinton here today.
He's got a question.
You won't commit to having certified the results of the 2020 election.
Senator, you mentioned affordability. South Carolina imports about $3 billion in goods from Canada. The president's picking a fresh trade fight with them. I'm curious what you make of his decision to do that over the weekend. And is there some example of a piece of legislation you would introduce to help drive down the cost of things?
I completely trust the president when it comes to tariffs. I know tariffs are hard and not everybody likes them, but they're a great negotiating tool. And I think he's got our best interest in mind, so he's using it as a tool to help our country. So I completely trust President Trump on the tariffs.
And is there something you do affirmatively?
We'll see when I get there.
Governor, you're here with Senator Graham today. You were here, you were at the rally, obviously, on Friday in Myrtle Beach, but you didn't issue your endorsement for Senator Graham until early voting was already wrapping up and right before that rally with the president. Why didn't you decide to wade into this race earlier?
That was the right time.
All right, one more question. Yes.
Governor McMaster, in 2024, you endorsed 3 congressional
You're there has to mute.
She's done? All right. I mean, that was the best she's had. But it wasn't a lot of charisma. Let's put it that way. RFK doing an announcement on children's health. Let's check this out real quick.
So grateful to farmers.
I'm going to skip the agriculture secretary. She got her time yesterday with us. Let's see what he's got to say here.
Thank you, Brooke. Under President Trump's leadership, we're putting nutrition back at the center of the American ballot and the center of American health and the center of our school lunch program for children. For millions of children, as Brooke said, 30 million school lunches a day, 15 million breakfasts. These are among the most important meals that they eat. We're not going to spend taxpayer dollars in ways that undermine their health. That's why HHS and USDA are moving forward with a major new overhaul of the federal school meal standards to align them with the dietary guidelines that we released last year. The rule is now under final review. We intend to significantly reduce added sugars, move children away from toward whole grains, put high-quality protein back at the center of the ballot, reduce reliance on ultra-processed foods, and make it easier for schools to cook nutritious meals from scratch. We're already seeing progress. Just today, America's dairy processors announced that they have eliminated certified artificial colors from school milk, cheese, and yogurt.
They're getting rid of the square pizza, y'all. How un-American is that? No chocolate milk, no square pizza. What the fuck is going on?
Last year, they delivered on their...
No walking tacos anymore? What the fuck is going on?
...to reduce added sugars and flavored school milks.
No more chocolate milk.
Is only half the job.
Bro.
You also have to give schools a practical, affordable way to meet it. That's
Facts.
why today I am announcing the DEPEND program, developing
program,
evidence
huh?
for programs to ensure nutrition, or development, a new $32.5 million HHS initiative. Through AHRQ and NIH, DEPEND will rigorously evaluate practical, cost-effective ways for schools to serve healthier food within their operating budgets. We will study what works, from upgrading school kitchens, expanding scratch cooking, to reducing added sugars and ultra-processed foods.
He's
and
trying.
use that evidence to build a playbook that schools across the country can then...
Like, again, this is what's crazy, though. Is you got Pete Hegseth doing 4 different pitches today about how we need to give more money to the military. Meanwhile, this guy is trying to just make lunches healthier, and he's like, but we're going to do it within the budgets they already have. We're not gonna give any more money to school lunches, which is not him. That's Donald Trump. But like, think about the executive branch in the particulars of that. You have an independent here that gets brought along to fix the school lunches, and they give him no more money. And then you have a Fox News pundit, and he's out there being like, less red tape for weapons. We need more weapons. We need more money. Call your congressman. Give us more money. It's fucking insane. Give the money to the school lunches so that this guy can actually give them healthy food. That would be fucking nice. Instead of doing some goddamn circle jerk action where he's like, oh, well, we're going to try to get rid of the chocolate dye and the chocolate milk, but we're going to keep the same budget and see if it works. It fucking sucks. This is such a bigger fucking issue than, less red tape on weapons. Like, what the fuck?
Secretary Rollins and I share a simple goal.
There's always money for war, exactly.
Nutrient-dense food back to school cafeterias and give the schools the tools to afford it. Every school meal should make its children healthier, and together we're going to make America healthy again. Thank you.
That's so frustrating because it's like, yeah, he's trying, but like, how far can you try when you can't expand the food budget of the fucking school district? Can't fucking go very far. You can't go very far. Ain't that fucking crazy, guys? That was a little wacky. All right, first up here, let's see what we got on the YouTubes. New details: Iranian-linked hackers shut down British power plant.
Linked to Iran now being blamed for a cyber attack that forced a British power plant to be shut down for 4 days last month. I kind of remember this in the news, and that incident marking an apparent escalation by Tehran in its aggression against the United Kingdom. Stephanie Bennett following this story. She's live in London with the latest. Hi, Stephanie.
Hey, Dana. Yeah, Iran now turning to a digital battlefield as experts say this is a warning that exposes major security flaws. Now, this morning, Britain actually briefed energy company chiefs on steps to protect their assets after the Telegraph and Financial Times first reported that a cyber attack in July shut down a small energy facility for 4 days. UK Energy Minister Michael Shanks said the generator in question is tiny and wrote on X, quote, there was no threat to the wider grid and nobody lost power. He added, we have one of the most resilient energy systems in the world. While not commenting on who was behind the incident or when and where it happened, Shanks said the government and industry had taken the incident very seriously. This attack possibly comes in retaliation against the UK over allowing the US to use British bases for so-called defensive operations in the Middle East. Iran warning in July that any base used for aggression is a legitimate target for our forces. Iran has a long history, though, of waging cyber warfare. Earlier this year, Tehran was accused of targeting critical water systems in multiple states. In Minnesota, more than 30 community water systems were impacted by a cyber attack, while in Georgia, the Clayton County Water Authority said cyber activity caused a major pressure drop and issued a boil water advisory. It lasted for a few hours. Now, the U.S. government has not publicly blamed the attacks on Iran, but says it's investigating. Dana?
All right, Stephanie Bennett and
Interesting. All right, next up we got illegal immigrants speak out after an ICE arrest on the ground.
Capturing
Let's see
new
this.
ICE activity in Los Angeles, agents carried out a series of enforcement operations over the past several days. The target, criminal illegal immigrants, some of whom were previously released despite federal detainers. Natalie Chuck is live in Los Angeles with more on this. Natalie, to you.
Hi, Molly. We were granted exclusive access this week, watching as federal agents do what they do here every day. They say 7 days a week they are out on the streets looking for illegal immigrants with a known criminal history. One man that was arrested actually talked to us after and said he knew it was just a matter of time before they found him.
I knew it was going to happen.
43-year-old Ernesto Alejandro Perez Garcia has been forcibly removed from the U.S. at least 4 times. He has a lengthy criminal history dating back to 2003, mostly for drug, alcohol, and driving offenses. He was just arrested again in May for disorderly conduct.
If you knew it was going to happen, did you ever think about just self-deporting, going back to Mexico? No, because I don't got nothing over there. Even though my mom and pops are over there, I don't got nothing over there. I go over there, they think I'm from here, and I get treated differently. You know what I mean? So why go through it?
Yeah.
Picture. Go ahead.
Well, now you're arrested.
ICE agents on the streets of LA this week as they track down Perez Garcia and another illegal immigrant. These targeted operations are a marked contrast to last year's massive raids that sparked violent protests. LA's ICE field office director says while his team still encounters resistance on a daily basis, they've shifted tactics, making arrests more quickly and efficiently. Today, every ICE agent in LA is equipped with body-worn cameras, something the director welcomes.
That's good for us because it's going to be transparent to the community and to other members of the public. That shows, hey, this is really what happened out on the thing, not what the alien said what happened or what these community members said what happened.
And that operation ended with additional arrests as well on Thursday. 4 men.
All right, let's get to the next one now. So this is 90,000 people now have been evacuated in Reno wildfires. High winds spread flames. This is on CNN. Let's check
rapidly,
it out.
Especially in this area with the evening winds that we get predominantly anytime after mid-afternoon into the early evening. And so we really encourage those that are under a get set evacuation, that 45,000 number, to have their stuff ready, have their go bags ready, have their medications, their pets, their important documents, some clothes, toiletries, whatever they need, packed up and ready to go in a moment's notice.
Now, tens of thousands of people are being urged to evacuate as firefighters are facing a real challenge in their battle in Nevada. A wildfire just has exploded in size, now eating up about 15,000 acres northeast of Reno. It's already forced 2 medical centers in the area to relocate patients for safety. And as of this morning, the fire is 0% contained. CNN's Josh Campbell is on the ground in Reno with much more. Josh, what are you learning here?
Well, Kate, we're at one of the many evacuation centers that have been established, and over my shoulder you can see a ubiquitous group of people that we often see whenever there's disaster, and that is the Red Cross. These angels come here to these communities to try to help people who have had to evacuate. And again, we're talking about 90,000 people that have been urged to evacuate. About 42,000 of those people are in this mandatory warning zone. So again, this is something that is largely disruptive to tens of thousands of people here. Now, yesterday here near where we are in Reno, we saw this erratic fire activity really start to pick up. This fire rapidly moving downhill to these residential areas. As you mentioned, this hawk fire now at least covering 15,000 acres and at 0% containment. Now, this is a continuation of this destructive fire season that we've seen across the Southwest. Tens of thousands of acres burned. Some of these fires have caused evacuations of entire towns. Now, the fire crews, both from the local, state, and federal level, are currently attacking this fire on the ground as well as from the air. We're hearing that aerial assets are coming in from around the area, including from neighboring California. Californians offering their assistance to their neighbors here in Nevada. The governor of Nevada has declared a state of emergency for Washoe County, which includes parts of Reno where we are as well well as parts of Lake Tahoe. And again, there's such a human toll here. Again, we talk about the tens of thousands of people disrupted, and I'll speak quietly because there are people around us right now who have evacuated. One thing that I've noticed is children that are coming, obviously people having to leave their location for these shelters. And for, you know, the fellow animal lovers out there, we've seen so many people here with pets clinging to them in this there's a dog, a couple dogs over here right now in this unfamiliar area that they're, you know, having to leave their homes in order to try to flee here for safety. This is really heartbreaking, but fire crews say they're doing everything that they possibly can, Kate, to save property and to save lives.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh, thank you so much for being there for us this morning.
Joining us now is Chief Richard Edwards with the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District.
Damn, that's crazy. Let's go to the next one here. So this is Mandani doing something that I am 100% in approval of, if he can get it done. It seems like an empty promise to me until it's done. But if Mandani can fix the BQE, Mandani for life. I said it. If Mandani can fix the BQE, Mandani for life.
I'm standing under the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway. It's nearly 70 years
old,
and it's long past its shelf life. While it's still safe to drive on, for now, we can't wait any longer. We're done kicking the can down the road. That's why we're announcing a plan to repair the city-owned section of the BQE, known as BQE Central. Before we talk about how we're fixing the BQE, let's talk about how we got here. The BQE was built by New York's most famous or infamous urban planner, Robert Moses. It was part of his grand vision of building highways across New York City for a population that more and more wanted to drive their own cars. But Robert Moses is another video entirely.
All right, there you go.
It was only designed...
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. That was the way to do it.
...to handle around 50,000 car trips a day and last for 50 years. But here we are, 70 years later, with more than 130,000 vehicles driving on it daily, including 13,000 heavy trucks. You do the math. This isn't a new problem. For decades, prior administrations have been trying to figure out a way to address the urgently needed repairs of the BQE.
Mayor de Blasio has formed a new panel to evaluate options to replace the BQE.
Mayor Adams unveiling a new vision for a reimagined Brooklyn-Queens Expressway.
Every year we don't do something about the BQE, it costs the city $160 million. But all we have to show for it is this. So here's the plan. We're going to repair the 1.5 miles of BQE Central, which is the only part of the highway actually controlled by the city. We'll fix the aging concrete and triple cantilever section that's most in need of repair. We'll build a temporary road for traffic, which avoids sending tens of thousands of cars and trucks into local streets and keeps the highway operable during construction. This will extend the life of the BQE for another 40 years. This plan allows us to safely fix the current problem without slowing our city down and wasting decades more waiting while the BQE continues to get worse. This won't be easy, won't be quick, but we're done waiting on one of the city's most severe infrastructure issues. Let's get to work.
This latest prediction market scandal you're seeing, it might be one of the most alarming yet. And actually, how I heard about this situation is I saw the headline, Kalshi defends plan to bet on lives of cancer patients. And I was like, okay, that seems far-fetched, right? Like, aren't we at least 2 more years of idiocracy away from something like that? And so I start to dive into this, and what I find is that what's happening is that Kalshi is allowing people to bet on the results of clinical trials and FDA approvals. And so you're not betting on, you know, does Sally and Gary, do they live? Or you're not looking for death certificates, or you're doing the over-under of what they are on the pain scale, but you can bet on whether or not a drug will succeed in helping real patients live, or if it fails and those patients continue to suffer. So still monstrous to many, though you had Kalshi pitching these markets in a very different way, right? They argue that this actually brings a new level of transparency to the biotech industry, claiming that the odds of a drug's success are some of the most valuable numbers in our economy, but they're also among the least visible. You had them citing FDA data from April, claiming that 30% of trials likely required to publicly post results.
Blah, blah, shut up.
The manhunt is intensifying for the wife of a slain Massachusetts police officer. 31-year police veteran Kurt Solomon was found dead inside their home early Tuesday morning. This is the last known image of 58-year-old Karen Solomon, taken by a Ring camera that same day. Police have issued a warrant for her arrest and consider her to be armed and dangerous. Newly obtained police scanner audio reveals Karen called officers to the house where her husband was found.
Not sure if there's anyone inside, but there's rides from the inside.
Did you want me to call the resident back? She's the one that called it in.
Huh.
I got no answer on call back.
Let's bring in Randy Sutton, former police officer and founder of the Wounded
Well,
Blue, a nonprofit.
manhunt for Karen.
You shouldn't have to say that.
All right, and then this is No Flock Online Movement seeks to make Halloween deflock day. This is the kid that shuts the lights off. That's the autistic kid that shuts the lights off. Why is his dad on Fox News? That's crazy.
We're doing something wrong, and that's why we're being tracked. This is the United States. It just seems like a violation of your Fourth Amendment.
I wouldn't like it because it looks like somebody's spying on you. There should be a cap on everything. I mean, I think your privacy is your privacy.
This surveillance stuff needs to go.
All right, guys, flock cameras. I guess I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about this because I can
Yeah, because, my paycheck is from the flock camera people.
see both sides of it. I can kind of
You
understand.
see both sides of it. You see
the
it?
security
You see both
part
sides of it?
It's basically this is a camera with AI in it. It
Literally fucking Fox News, trying to grift for flock cameras.
reads
Live on the air,
license
everybody.
plate, and then police and some private companies can go into this database and search that. Alicia, I guess the problem is on not even just the private companies, but like in Florida and Georgia, there have been officers accused of using it to spy on their exes and stuff like that. It's just another layer of kind of Big Brother tracking your movements without your, I guess, consent.
Yes, and I can see why some people see it that way. I think, on the other side because I'm more of a harden the target type of person. And I say that because when I think about things like school shooting, there was a shooting at my kid's school.
Yeah, see, we need to. This Karen over here, Alicia Acanio, is trying to tell you if you see somebody cutting one of these down, they're actually supporting school shooters. All right, guys, we're not going to listen anymore. Fox News' grift for fucking flock cameras. Good Lord. Come on, shut the fuck up, people.
Democrats are melting down over a report that
All right, Jeffries faces backlash after he talked to Kushner.
Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries met with President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to discuss potential areas of common ground with the White House.
Do you see places where Democrats could work with this White House and find some common ground
on some
policy issues, Senator?
I wish I could say yes. This has been a lawless Trump administration. They've been out of control.
Do you support the fact that Leader Jeffries met with Jared Kushner?
Look, I'm in favor of people meeting with whoever they want to discuss ideas, but it's one thing to have a meeting. It's another thing to see something real come out of that.
And the far left is even more outraged. They're slamming Jeffries for betraying the party. Rich, the freak out that happened after this meeting occurred, I thought was notable. You know, it's not unlike the president to meet with just about anybody and talk to just about anybody, talk with anyone about anything. So it didn't shock me that they met, but the reaction.
Do you notice how the lady that's, Two Gun Cohen with the big super chat, appreciate you guys. Remove AOC. No way. And with that said, guys, holy, remove AOC. Oh, Two Gun Cohen, you did it. You saved us from the first ever AOC victory. Thank Two Gun Cohen for no AOC victory. She was about to win. We have about 5 minutes left of the show. We have one last video, and that video is of Ted Cruz talking to this guy over here. But first, I just want to say this about this clip real quick, and then I'll get back to the super chat. Move AOC. Hold up. Move AOC. It's the end of it's remove. Remove AOC. Exactly. Yep. So she removed AOC, which means that JD Vance advances once again. No win for AOC, and everyone in the chat that wanted an AOC, you can blame Two Gun, but everybody that's in support of AOC not getting a win, you can thank Two Gun, because just because of Two Gun super chat tonight, AOC does not get her first victory ever. Just the laundry list of who's winning so far. We got 1 win for Snoop Dogg, 1 win for Ron DeSantis, 2 wins for John Ossoff. 24 wins for Gavin Newsom, 28 wins for Marco Rubio, and 87 wins for JD Vance. And because of Two Gun Cohen's amazing super chat, appreciate it at the end of the day, my guy, AOC will not get her first victory ever. You literally, the powers that be, you stopped it. And with that said, guys, we have one last clip, which is of Ted Cruz talking to Mark Levin last night. But first, I just got to point this out here. They made this sound like all of the Democrats were super upset that Jeffries talked to Kushner. And then their sourcing was the guy on Meet the Press that said nothing about it, which is exactly what we did yesterday. So, like, he didn't even say anything. They're like, well, I didn't even think it was a big deal, but the outrage is crazy. You guys are literally orchestrating the outrage. I hate Fox News when they do this. It's like a bunch of bullshit as they grift for fucking Daddy Flock camera over here.
On the far left was interesting.
Daddy Flock camera.
If Democrats do win the House.
All right, last one. This is our last one. We'll go with Ted Cruz as long as it sounds okay. But paying YouTube people is wild. Captain Howdy, welcome to the chat, my guy. Sorry that you don't live in reality, but paying YouTube, that's what they want us to do. I only get like 55% of that. Google gets the other 45%. And then, that's how they say no ads on the mobile live streams because you guys can grift like homeless people for donations. So it's not wild to donate. It's wild to be a piece of shit. And since we're at the end of the day, I'm just going to do this because, it's also in Two Guns' favor. So fuck you, Captain Howdy, and I'll see you tomorrow. Anyway, back to the very last video we have. Thank you again, Two Gun Cohen, for that super chat. Also, personally, I thank you for not allowing AOC to win. Because if AOC won today, I think that if AOC won today, that AOC would start winning a lot more. So we need to continue to help support the channel and make sure AOC can't get her first victory. She was so close. It was going to be a double victory. He like literally Two Gun Cohen stopped it at the last second. There was only this video left. And if AOC was up at 51% or if she stayed at that 50, she would have ended up with a win. Two Gun Cohen with the last second super chat to destroy AOC's chances of a very first victory. Let's get our chief leader of AIPAC, Ted Cruz, over here, talking to chief leader of AIPAC on Fox News, Mark Levin. Last clip of the day.
Cruz, how are you, Senator?
Mark, woo! Terrific. Great to Thank you again, Two Gun, for the super chat. Appreciate you, my guy.
Free state is true.
It's very important to call him Daddy. Absolutely.
The reason the senator's with us tonight is not just because he has a new book out, but because he has a great book out. The book is called Going Further, and it is the incomparable Clarence Thomas. And Clarence.
All right, so our sitting senator in Texas is writing a book about Thomas Clarence and being interviewed about it. Ted Cruz, my senator,
one of the great leaders,
my senator, y'all.
Very, very courageous man.
Writing a book about not even himself,
the Supreme Court,
while being a senator.
And the senator has captured this. You have a very unique way of writing, which is, it's intriguing. You take a tough subject, you make it understandable.
I didn't know he was an author. I thought he was a congressman.
And scholarship.
I thought he was my senator.
I don't see that a lot.
Didn't know senators wrote books.
There's like two sides
about other human beings.
Very similar to me.
While in Congress.
You've got your political side, the side where you got to debate, you got to fight, you got to do this, and then there's the intellectual side. And you move between both, and you do such a fantastic job in this book. So let me ask you something, Senator. There have been other books on Clarence, including Clarence's book. Sure. Justice Thomas. Why did you decide
Mark Levin with the bagels.
Well, because I think it's an important book. I think it needs to be written.
They both should be eating a bagel while talking about how they're not racist because they're both writing about the one black man they knew.
Clarence Thomas, you and I have both known Justice Thomas a long
We both known him. We're both not racist.
He is.
This is my senator.
He is one of a kind.
Fix the Texas roads.
Personal story.
Fix I-35, you ass.
And a lot of young people don't know his personal story. They don't know.
Another vacation whenever it gets cold outside.
They don't know that he started from nothing. They don't know that he ended up having a period where he was a radical leftist.
But why are you the one writing this book? You're currently a senator. This is such
people
buffoonery.
Don't know that in college, Clarence Thomas had a giant.
Why are we okay with this?
Camouflage.
This is on the air on Fox News.
And was protesting.
He's currently a senator. He's a senator who also has a podcast, and now he's writing books, not even about himself.
Malcolm X on the wall. I mean that's a different Clarence Thomas than Justice Thomas today.
The great one.
And his story, I think, is remarkable when combined with his jurisprudence and who he is as a justice. He is right now today the second longest serving Supreme Court justice in history. In 2 years, in 2028, Clarence Thomas will become the longest serving justice in the history of this country.
So he'll be the oldest human being to never give up his job, to never retire? We need to read this Thomas Clarence book so that we can understand how to never retire. How to not do your job by Ted Cruz. That's what the book should be called. How to not do your job by Ted Cruz. I have a podcast. I fucking go around spouting for Israel most of the day. And then whenever there's a cold front in Texas, I go to Cancun and I write my book about Clarence Thomas.
And I will say objectively,
Jesus Christ, my guy.
How
in the fuck does he keep doing this?
And
he's also fat and not good looking. Like, how? I need to learn something about Ted Cruz because this man is doing something right where I am doing something wrong.
With books, look, I try to do what you do, which is tell stories. I think that's how the human.
Why? Why are you trying to tell me a story? You should be passing laws.
Understand the world around us.
He's currently in office.
And what I do in this book is two things. One, just tell.
Dude, you sound seriously stupid as fuck. He can't write a book because he's a senator. Are you serious? I'm saying if you're a senator and if you choose to write a book, I would assume because you're currently a senator that you would decide to write a book about something you're doing as a senator. What kind of retard writes a historical fiction book about a Supreme Court justice while doing a podcast, fleeing his state whenever it gets cold outside, as a senator?
Justice Thomas's story, starting with growing up, Pinpoint, Georgia.
Keep doing
rural Georgia, right along the coast.
Wild.
Abject
People's justification for this is wild.
Left him when he was young. He was initially raised by a single mom. At one point, he's living in a tenement with no indoor plumbing, where they had an outhouse outside. They had a chamber pot. He describes as a little 5-6-year-old boy carrying the chamber pot.
Now imagine if Ted Cruz wrote a book about I-35 instead of writing a book about Thomas Clarence. Imagine. Just imagine what Texas could be if he decided to write a book about the historical significance of I-35 and how we fix it. Just imagine. Just imagine he writes a book about how we get Texas off this shitty power grid. Just imagine.
Down the steps of the tenement, he trips and falls.
Fucking
collapses at the bottom of the stairs, entirely covered in stale urine. Now, that's not exactly the typical beginning for a Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, so a senator does not deal with the Supreme Court. Again, Cruz may do stuff wrong, but writing a book, huh? It's not about writing a book. It's about writing a book about someone else. Writing a biography about a living human being who also happens to be a Supreme Court justice, which is insane because, again, you're supposed to be impartial.
He ends up, his mother...
Let me, as the legislator, kiss the ass of one of the fucking 9 Supreme Court justices so that I can get my way. That's what this sounds like.
Challenges her whole life.
Sounds like a bribe by a senator.
Boy, his mom takes Clarence and his brother to be raised by her father, by Clarence's grandfather, Myers Anderson. If you want to understand Clarence Thomas, you got to understand Myers Anderson. Now, Myers Anderson was a hard man. He was the son of a freed slave. He had very limited education, was functionally illiterate, could make a mark or two. But
and now he's going to be on the Supreme Court for the longest anyone's ever been on the Supreme Court.
Worked hard. He worked hard. He delivered fuel.
He was functionally illiterate, kind of like me.
He built his own business as a fuel delivery business. And young Clarence and his brother Myers, when they came to work, the day they showed up, he said, the damn vacation is over. Now think about, growing up with absolute poverty, and also the neighborhoods they had been in were pretty rough. They were dangerous. And Clarence Thomas referred to his grandfather as Daddy. And Daddy was incredibly disciplined, incredibly strict.
Again, it's the same thing as Peepaw with JD Vance, calling any grandparent, any fucking parent, anything other than mom, dad, mother, father, or grandpa, grandma, grandmother, grandfather, anything else, you're a fucking weirdo. You're a fucking creepy ass weirdo. You are not relating to anybody by calling your dad daddy. That's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. I don't call my fucking dad daddy. That's fucking weird. It's also kind of gay. No, it's super gay. And with that said, guys, that's the end of our show. Let's take a look at the news real quick for the end of the day. You are also seeing in the Democratic side, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro announced new limits on AI data centers this month. This was Shapiro last June, all in on AI. Shapiro, Amazon, $20 billion AI investment in Pennsylvania. 2028 presidential candidates on both sides are scrambling to figure out their views after mainly being pro-data center for the past couple of years. Back to the Chinese, 5-day and humanoid robot Olympics. A Chinese robot beat Usain Bolt's 100-meter record. The U.S.-Canadian trade wars latest, the leader of Canada's most populous province has these words for Trump. This is Doug Ford, brother of cocaine addict, crystal meth addict, I forgot what his name is, Ford. Ontario Premier Doug Ford, they call him a premier, that's gay too, to Trump, kiss my ass after fresh tariffs. Okay, well, good luck. We will. You'll be kissing ours. And then everyone's against the data center except for the media and everybody that's in politics. Oh, what do we do? Who do you hate more? Do you want data centers or data centers? Do you want us to fix healthcare or us to fix healthcare? Do you want bombs for Israel or do you want bombs for Ukraine? All right, guys, that's our show. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again, Two Gun Cohen, for saving the day, destroying AOC's chances of winning that poll of the day for the first time ever. Remember, our poll of the day every single day since the start of the Iran war and all the way through to the 2028 election. Right now, we have Snoop Dogg with 1 win, Ron DeSantis with 1 win, John Ossoff with 2 wins, Gavin Newsom with 24 wins, Marco Rubio with 28 wins, and JD Vance with 87 wins. JD Vance stays in it, but if he wins tomorrow, he will go back into retirement. Thank you all for stopping by. Really appreciate you, Two Gun Cohen, throwing out that super chat. You the best. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace.